All right, y'all. Shalom. So we gonna go ahead and get started. All right. Yeah, buddy. I think my Psalms is like 120 to 131 fell out. That's why I always have my other Bibles with me, man. Yeah. It feel like gold falling apart when your Bible starts to deteriorate. It hurts, man. All right, y'all. So we gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna say, Call Halal Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. That's all praises be unto Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai, the man that the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. Right. We're out here to let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that we are the rightful Israelites of the Bible. That's right. And if you are black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, repent, keep God's laws, and return to your people and your heritage. Right? We got a number of things going on in the city today. Right? So we expect a lot of traffic, but we're going to give the lesson as best that we're able. Of course, I'm Brother Hayael. This is Brother Asael. And we got our brother Adalia, not on camera, but he's here. And we got Brother Malkia coming from Austin. I think he's stuck in traffic, but he's on his way. But we're going to bring this word out today. And today's lesson is going to be why consort with fools for the truth? Got time for the Bible system? That's it, right? But the lesson today is why consort with fools for the truth. That's one thing about blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians that our people universally do. They go everywhere except for their own people to learn about their history. Right? And today we're going to bring out a couple of scriptures that basically lets our people know that what you're supposed to be doing is returning back to these laws in the Bible and gathering with your own people, right? Because one of the things that has destroyed our people is our love for everyone else and our indifference toward our own. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? And now says, right?
What's that title, please?
That was why consort with fools for the truth. Right? Again, our people, they like to basically go to the white man for all validation, whether it's biblical knowledge, academic knowledge, hell, even physical performance. And we know the least of the nations are the white people, right? In terms of just going outside and standing in the sun. And I say that as an Edomite walks by us with his shirt off, inviting skin cancer. And you know what? I pray God give it to him. Give him what he wants. But, brother, can you give me Isaiah 8 and 20? I'll get it. Yeah. Nah, man. Isaiah 8 and 20. Yes, sir. And then after that, give me Psalms 33 and 8 through 12. Man, that shit just fall right over, man. All right, we're going to have to figure something out, man. There we go. Let's see if that goes. Get it, we got it.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 8 and verse 20. To the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them.
So, if you profess yourself to be a lover of Jesus Christ, you say that you're righteous in the eyes of God, and you do not the things according to the Bible, there's no light in you, man. And that's going to come out and be the theme of this lesson. Because one of the things that the Most High God has chided us for in the past is forsaking our own people and worshiping the gods of the other nations, nations in which we conquer, right? But brother, can you get me Psalms 33 and 8 through 12? Because one of the things that we have to understand as the Israelites is the Most High God is confounding the counsel of the evil. So to even go to them for your biblical knowledge, that's a fool's errand. Go ahead and get it.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 33 and verse 8.
Bring it up.
Let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast. The Lord bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught. He maketh the devices of the people of none effect. The counsel of the Lord standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance.
Now, I want you to hold that, brother, and go to Jeremiah 50 and 19, right? Because the Most High God has made it very apparent through the scriptures that the Israelites are blessed because we are his chosen people. And with the love that he set on us, he gave us knowledge and wisdom through his laws and his commandments. And we are called his inheritance, right? Or actually here in Psalms 33, it says, blessed are the basically, essentially, God's inheritance, right? We're going to go to Jeremiah 51 and 19 to see who the inheritance is.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51 and verse 19.
You know,
The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance. The Lord of hosts is his name.
so Israel, the sons of Jacob, we are that people group called God's inheritance. And we are scattered the world over. And we are as numerous as the stars in the sky or the sand on the sea.
That's right.
Or on the beach, whatever you want to say. Right? We are a very numerous people. And we come in all shades and sizes. But that's why we tell our people boldly and proudly that to be an Israelite is to truly embrace honor. Right? The Most High God set a duty and a title upon you that no man can buy and no man can steal or dispossess you of. Right? Despite our efforts to give it away. Because if you leave it up to a nigga, he gonna give away his inheritance. All for basically nothing. But
We do it every day right now for money.
we do it every day for money. That's right. Got time for the Bible?
Last time I talked to you, I went to jail that night. That I was in good shape.
Damn, okay. What's your name, bro?
Rico.
Rico? I remember talking to you a while back.
Yeah, it was really, really shitty.
What happened?
Well, I met this guy in the free house. Old guy. And he had a bunch of bags. And he was hungry. He wanted to go across the street. Grab a bag. And that dude drank some beers. And then he wants to get some.
Oh, there it is. There it is, man. Give me 1 Corinthians 12. You know where I want, right? You know.
Trickster motherfucker.
Now, I'm going to tell you why that happened, right? Because the Most High God, he disciplined you. Because remember, I told you you're an Israelite, right? Now, I have a question. Do you think God does that to every nation? Where if you do something wrong, he basically disciplines you like a parent? You think he does that for everybody? Okay.
Does he?
Well, we're going to see. Because if I say he does or he doesn't, you should tell me, show me in the Bible. That should always be your answer. Temples of God. Actually, you know what? I think that's 1 Corinthians 6 or 3.
Or 3.
Yeah, 3 mentions it as well.
That was 7 months ago.
So how long were you in?
7 months.
Damn! What were your charges, man?
Well, they dropped the possession charge,
Uh-huh.
and I had an MTR for something in New Braunfels.
Okay.
And so they shipped me over to New Braunfels. I went there for a little bit, and then
I'm going to tell you, man, that's the spirit. I live in New Braunfels. I live right up the street from the jail. I could have walked to talk to you. We going to get this, and we're going to show you. Because God is trying to bid you to repentance.
That's right.
And you see, he already got you locked up, man. If you think God won't kill you, man, you thinking incorrectly. But go ahead and get that, man.
It's the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 16.
Bring it up.
Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of God,
When you do drugs, you defile your temple, right? Let's hear what God has to say about that.
him shall God destroy.
Him shall God what?
Him shall God destroy.
What's being locked up, brother? It's being destroyed. Anything can happen to you while you're locked up. Literally anything. And I'm talking about being killed is the least of your worries. Go ahead,
You
man.
see that brother that,
Say it loud for the camera.
you just seen that brother I don't remember where it was. It was a prison, and the guards held him down and beat him to death.
Damn.
Beat
Is that
him to
recent?
death.
It just recently
They
happened,
just
bro.
dropped the body here.
Oh, you get to see them do it?
They
God damn.
eight officers, 4 or 5 of them holding him down, just beating
Here
him
in
up.
San Antonio?
Nah, it was in a different state. I can find it here in a second. Yeah, they
And
beat
here
the
in
brother
San
to death.
Antonio, there's a video of at this apartment complex where the cops just pull up and shoot this guy dead,
Yeah.
like immediately.
I mean, that's
Within-
what they do.
Yeah.
Give me Amos 3. 3 read 1 through 3. Right? Because I know after you walked away from here, you were probably wrestling with the fact that you found out you were an Israelite and whether to keep the commandments or not. And then you got distracted. Right? We gonna read Mark 4. Because I'm gonna tell you, I always bring out Mark 4 and 14. When the word goes out, Satan comes immediately. Immediately. That's why I tried to tell you. You come back to your heritage, you're gonna get tested, man.
Right.
When I first came into this truth, my thing used to be hoes and smoking weed. All the girls I used to deal with, they called. Trying to come back, trying to get at me, throwing the cat at me. I've never had people offer weed to me for free in my entire life until I came into the truth.
That's another thing. Yeah. I literally, when I got money and I didn't go and do with what they expect of me, you know, which is to buy drugs, then somebody comes in my path and gives me
Gives you the truth. That's how it works, man.
for free. And this has happened in the last couple
Oh,
nights.
free.
Just strangers.
Yeah, you don't even know who they are.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
and they're also preaching the word,
Yeah.
saying that you should go and get help here, and here. I had to learn how to moderate, be moderate. You know what I mean? But I'm a to do. I can't. It's hard for me to moderate. You know, that's the thing. Is like once I fall into it, I'm like full hook, line, and sinker.
So we're gonna teach you how to use the plants that's on this plant. Because there are certain things you can't use at all. Say like something that's made in a lab or in a test tube. But if it grows from the earth, you can't smoke it, but you can eat it,
That's right.
right?
Drink it.
Or drink it. So if you're imbibing it like a food or a drink, that's permissible. Okay?
Yeah.
But go ahead and get what you got, bro.
The book of Amos chapter 3 from the top. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel,
It's for us.
against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
So God only knows us, right? Remember what I said? Does God punish everybody like a father? Or does he only punish the Israelites? This brother's about to tell you the answer. Go ahead and get it.
Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquity.
So you got this word, your heart was, light. You were like, man, I'm an Israelite. You ran into somebody that you didn't even know, and they were like, yeah, man, let's go have a good time. And before you know it, you're facing temptation again because you weren't prepared for it. You thought, hey, man, I'm just coming into the knowledge of the truth. I should be impervious to being tempted. Not understanding, that's when the test begins. Give me a Sirach 2 and 1.
It's the book of Ecclesiasticus, or Sirach.
Yeah, that wind is crazy.
The book of Sirach, chapter 2 and verse 1.
Go.
My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation.
Read it again, one more time.
My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation.
Keep going. There's more.
Set thy heart aright and endure and constantly endure.
So like you said, you have certain flaws or weaknesses. I'm gonna tell you, brother, the demons out here don't go away. You gotta be prepared for temptation to come your way, and you gotta fight. Because if you don't fight, what's gonna happen? They're gonna overtake you. Right? Keep going, brothers.
Constantly endure and make not haste in a time of trouble. Cleave unto him and depart not away.
How do you cleave unto God?
Read the word, know the word.
Sharp, Rico. We gonna get 1 John 2 after this. Keep going.
Cleave unto him and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end.
So if you maintain the course and you keep these commandments, whatever you're going through, the Most High God can pull it back from you. Because if, say, you're homeless or you ain't got enough money, poverty is an affliction that God can put on you. Now, we just found out, why does God afflict his children? Because we're the only ones that he's dealing with. And because he's only dealing with us like a father to a son, he's going to correct us when we go off. Right? You got to see that firsthand. And this is to my camera. To those of y'all who are meant to get this truth, God ain't waiting. There ain't enough time to wait no more. If you're meant to be in the truth, you're going to get corrected immediately. This brother's saying that them cops came and took him for 7 months. You got to remember, man, there are kings of Israel in the Bible that were literally thrown in dungeons and died there. All because they refused to keep God's laws. Hey, it could take one time. Who was it? King Uzziah. You know, he went and burned incense in the temple. God struck him with leprosy, and he ended up living separate from the rest of the people for the rest of his days. All it took was once, and he was a righteous man up to that point. Keep going, brother. There's so much in that chapter, man. Hey, shout out.
Verse 4. Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient when thou art changed to a low estate. For gold is tried in the fire.
Gold is tried where?
For gold is tried in the fire.
You are a precious stone to the Most High God, a precious metal. And with every precious metal that you take out of the earth, what do you got to do to it? You got to refine it. And that refinement process requires heat. That heat is going to be tribulation. That's what you face that day. And I'm going to tell you, brother, you might have failed that one time, you lost a battle, but you didn't lose the war. Because guess what? God brought you right back here. He's going to lace you up again. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Most High God didn't let you be strong. Right? Go ahead and get me Hebrews 12.
I thought about you when I was in there too.
Oh, praise
I was
man.
like, what? And this whole area is very creepy. Something's happening here that I don't know if everybody knows.
But no, get that first. Get what you got first. Get it
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 5, starting at verse 4.
Bring it up.
Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me? For the Lord is long-suffering. He will in no wise let thee go.
So I'm sure in your past you did a lot of drugs. Nothing ever happened to you. You probably had some pretty good times. I'm going to tell you, that's the story of all these brothers up here. When we were in the world, we had a good time. And we sinned 1,000 times over. But then when the Most High God said, okay, let's go ahead and cut that shit off. It's time to grow up, be a man, come to this truth. All of a sudden, now you smoke weed, you start coughing blood. That's what happened to me. Now you're getting pulled over by the cops. Now they searching your car. You praying they don't find your bomb in your car. That's what happened to me. Car wrecks. You lose your job.
I went to jail, man.
Woman bugging out?
Yeah.
You talk about that, John.
Woman bug out and get you caught up with the police.
Why nothing going wrong?
I lost
Yep.
everything.
Yeah, lose
And my
everything.
wife served me divorce papers when I was in jail.
Oh, for the 7 months?
Not this one.
Okay, I'm
but,
about to say, like, goddamn.
Yeah, a while back.
But you see what we're talking about. And now you're seeing why these things happen. This is to my camera and
That
to
was
my
also
brother.
because of drugs.
But I'm going to say this to my brother Rico on the camera. The Most High God allows you to go through those things for correction and for context. So when you hear the truth, you go, oh shit, that happened to me. And now you know why. Right? You got more on that, Sirach? Keep going.
Verse 5. Concerning propitiation, be not without fear to add sin unto sin. And say not, his mercy is great. He will be pacified for the multitude of my sins.
Some of us, when we first came to the truth, we say, you know what, I'm new. God understands if I smoke this last blunt. God understands if I clear this last bowl. That happened to me. I coughed up blood and gray shit. I've never seen it in my life. I actually wanted to go to the doctor. I never go to the doctor. And even my wife was like, are you all right? When she saw what I was coughing up. But that's because I had that attitude. I've been smoking weed for 2 decades. God ain't gonna touch me for that.
When I started smoking again, I got these cuts, like abrasions all on the inside of my mouth and throat. Even now, it's only been a week, but I have them now.
Yeah.
You know? And I said I wasn't going to try and not smoke cigarettes, and I wasn't going to do drugs. And immediately, as soon as the first hiccup in my plan came, I was like, well, I'm fucked.
Might as well do it, right?
You know,
Man. But
Because
see-
I'm out here and everybody's doing it.
But
you know?
now you see that you're not like everybody.
Well, I'm weak. So I'm
No,
just
no,
like,
no. I'm gonna tell you, where you're weak, God is your strength.
Right.
His strength is perfected in weakness. You have to remember, man, we just read to you. God is only dealing with us.
That's right.
Remember the name of God that I told you? Yahweh. Yahweh. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make sure you got it this time. Right? Because I'm gonna give you a flyer. Right? So next time you find yourself in a position where you need God's name,
Right here.
make sure you reference this so you know God's name and you know Christ's real name. Right? But get that in Hebrews 12.
I'm going to put it in my Bible.
All praises, man.
No.
Keep going, man.
Let's start at verse 6 again. And say not, his mercy is great. He will be pacified for the multitude of my sins. For mercy and wrath come from him, and his indignation resteth upon sinners.
Now, I want you to reread that part. Mercy and wrath come from him. Reread it.
For mercy and wrath come from him.
So you saw God's wrath that night. You went from having one of the best nights of your life. Because I know when you find out your life is a Disney story and that you're of a chosen race, you were on cloud 9 only to be brought to prison or jail in the same day. But that's because God made himself known unto you through his judgment. Mercy and wrath come from him.
Right.
So now the next time you're faced with that dilemma, do I do this or not? You have an easy way to select. I know I'll go to jail. I don't want to do this. And that's the same for all of us, man. I remember one time I got off work, I was going to get a chicken cabanera. That's that chicken sub that Quiznos used to have with the bacon on it, and the mushrooms. Bacon and mushrooms are unlawful for us to eat. I just got off work. I used to work 10-hour shifts, and I drove an hour home, and I worked overnight. I'm thinking, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and go get this sandwich. I pull out, I get pulled over immediately for not wearing my seatbelt, and the cop saw me put it on, and I ended up paying 150 bucks
Whoa.
just to get a fucking sandwich. But that's how God works, because he's trying to get your attention. And if the lesser judgments don't work, then he's got to move on to greater judgments. When you go to court here in this country, in America, when you go the first time, don't the judge show you a little bit of leniency?
Okay.
A little bit. Even if he's a hard judge, he ain't trying to throw you away forever. He give you a little fine, little sentence in jail. But what about that second time if you see the same judge for the same crime? Now all of a sudden he goes, I remember you. And then he gives you that look like, yeah, I'm gonna teach you a lesson. You know it, I know it, all these brothers know it. Because we're Israelites. It's what we live, man. But go ahead,
Leave
keep
the
going.
courtroom like, what? That much time? Really?
Yeah, give you
You
football
know?
numbers, man. With a straight face.
Verse 7. Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord, and put not off from day to day. For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed,
So-
and perish in the day of vengeance.
So the Most High God, he might sit back and let you do all the sins and get it out your system and then judge you. See, now that you know your God has his eyes on you, you're never going to feel comfortable doing sins again, I'm going to tell you. And it's the same for all of us. Some of the time,
I always felt guilty and I knew that I was doing the wrong thing.
but now you know there's
Especially
penalties
when I'm
for it.
spending the last of my cash on dope.
Yeah.
You know?
But now you know that there are penalties and there are greater lows that you can be brought to. That's the thing you should always fear. God can bring you lower than you're at. You know the story of Jonah, right? Wasn't Jonah a prophet? And when Jonah refused to go to Nineveh, what happened to him? He got thrown off a ship in the middle of a storm and swallowed by a fish for 3 days. All because he didn't want to do one thing. He didn't want to listen to God. And the Most High God said, I'll turn this whole motherfucking world upside down if you don't want to listen to me. I'm just telling you the way that it is. Right? Well, go ahead and get what you got or go to Hebrews 12. Right? So I want to show you. The Most High God, although his eye is on us, and yes, he punishes us for the things that we do, it's out of love. It's all love. So I'm going to tell you, would the white man be out here acting the way he acts if God punished him for the things that he does? I don't think so. That water would be crystal clear
Right.
if every time they polluted the riverways, God judged it. How about slavery? You think mass incarceration would exist had they been punished for slavery? No. But it's because God doesn't punish them like he punishes us. As a matter of fact, mass incarceration and slavery are punishments for us.
That's right.
But go ahead and get that in Hebrews 12.
It's the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, and verse 5.
Bring it up.
And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons.
You hear that? So if you endure the punishments of the Lord, he's dealing with you like a father to a son. Keep going, brother.
For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? But if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons.
So these other nations, God ain't on them like that. And they're bastards.
Right.
They're fatherless children.
I talk about that a lot too, about how you have to teach your children to share. You have to teach them to be nice to their little brother. You have to teach them, you know, to be gentle with the kitty cat and stuff like that. Because the children are only as good as you're going to teach them. You know what I mean? Same with artificial intelligence or anything else that we have the influence on.
Okay. Well, I mean, but here's the thing. Teaching virtues is one thing. But what about serving God? If you teach virtuous traits to your kids, you think God cares if they're patient and kind? Yes, he does. But is that the end all be all? That's a no.
And kindly, patiently waiting on a bacon burger.
Correct. Because you could be virtuous and still be a sinner,
Yeah.
right?
Because the
Yeah,
flesh,
that's all I need. Give me a 1 John 2 and start it. Sorry?
because of the flesh, we're driven
Yeah,
to
we're
do
driven
the
by
wrong
the flesh.
thing.
Right? How does it go in the Bible? The flesh is willing, or I'm sorry, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Right? I'm gonna tell you, man, when people walk by and I smell that weed smoke, I have flashbacks, man. And that's something that you carry with you for the rest of your life. You remember the good times that you felt when you were in sin. But a lot of times you forget about the negative things that happen.
Right.
All the times you get pulled over, taken to jail, you end up fighting with your friends, fighting with your spouse, all because of a substance or an activity you shouldn't be doing.
I still get paranoid when I read like weed.
Well, I mean, but now you say like about weed, you said that? Are you smoking?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a matter of fact, give me Genesis 1 and 28 real quick. We're gonna bring out everything else. Because I want to get that Leviticus
But when you
26.
drink it or you ingest it, you get way more out of it.
Yes, you do. It's longer and it's better for your body. Yeah, you get
Smoking anything is bad.
Oh yeah, because I mean, last time I checked, you're not supposed to inhale burning matter and put it into your lungs, right? You know, and what happens when you smoke? The first time you smoke weed, what happened? You probably cough for like 5-10 minutes. If not weed, I know the first time you smoked a cigarette, you coughed like crazy. Your eyes probably watered. You probably wondered, why the hell am I doing this?
Yeah,
And then it
I know.
became a habit and a hobby. But that was God's way of saying, hey man, this is not working as intended. You're inhaling smoke into a system that's supposed to remain pure and clean. And what did we just read in 1 Corinthians? It said, if you defile the temple of God, he's going to destroy you. How many people do you see shooting up, destroyed? They don't know what's going on. Their clothes are in rags and tatters. They're filthy,
Can't
laying
even
in the gutter.
communicate with them.
Yeah, they're in another world. They're destroyed, man. You don't have to die to be destroyed. A lot of times, death is preferable to living through the hardships you got to go through. That's why God will let you live and suffer. What's up, brother?
That's what Job was saying.
Yeah.
I'd rather die than
Yeah. He wished he was stillborn.
What you just said, God will let you live and suffer. I thought of that just yesterday.
Yeah.
But I was thinking of it in a really sarcastic way.
Yeah, I mean,
He doesn't want you to die. How are you going to suffer if you die? You know?
I'm gonna be
Like
real.
you have to learn the lesson, at least.
Cynicism and negativity are easy to dwell upon when you're in hardship. But don't forget to get the lesson. Because if you don't get the lesson, what has to happen? You got to get the lesson again and again and again. And you see God, he got nothing but time. You, on the other hand, you don't. I don't. Right? But get that in Genesis 1 and 28 real quick.
It's the book of Genesis, chapter
29.
It's the book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 29.
Bring it out.
And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat.
What do you do with meat? M-E-A-T.
Meat.
You eat it. Meat, right? The plants and the herbs and the fruit of the planet are for meat. It's for you to eat those things.
It's
Now,
translated meat, but meat is not defined as we understand it today.
Yeah.
Meat is that which is good to eat, right? Pleasant to eat. Fruits, vegetables, herbs, grains. That's all considered meat.
so I have a question. What if you dry it out, grind it up, put it in a bowl and smoke it? Is that in adherence to that rule right there?
No.
No. Why is it? Because you're smoking it and not eating it. Now you're starting to see God gave you the instruction manual. And this is to my camera. It's not just for weed. Our brothers down in South America, they chew coca leaves. The same bump that you get out of cocaine, you don't get that crazy sense of like megalomania, but you do get that energy boost.
But what if it's going through your vein?
Well, last time I checked, your veins don't eat. Your mouth do.
Well, what if they're on a feeding tube?
And you're not supposed to put any cuttings in your flesh. So you're not even supposed to be cutting your flesh.
You can't put a needle in.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do needles or
I
anything.
don't know about that though, dude.
Because the body is the temple.
Yeah, but when it comes to going just the medical field, you know what I mean?
Actually, I want to
There's a lot of
stay.
medicines
I want to
over
stay on that point. What condition can be solved through like
blood
Esau's med-
transfusion.
blood transfusion? Okay, from what? Like, why do you need a blood transfusion aside
Because-
from trauma?
Because your kidneys, you have kidney failure or something like that. Your blood is becoming poisonous, it becomes septic.
Okay.
You know?
Now, most of the time when your kidneys fail, that process took decades.
It's true.
So when you get
That's
to
true.
acute renal failure,
Yeah.
that's usually a culmination of a lot of
Yeah, it's
factors.
because you drank too much and they told you to stop a long time ago and you kept drinking. You're
Okay.
100% right.
That, you know what the
Or
Bible
you
tells
became
you?
diabetic because you ate too much candy and you couldn't stop yourself from drinking soda and candy. That's what happened.
Now, I'm gonna tell you, Rico. You know all the things you just said are in the Bible. The Bible tells you not to eat too many sweets. It tells you to exercise. It tells you to drink in moderation and not get drunk. If you're drinking in moderation, how many beers can you have? One, maybe
Like-
two.
I'm not. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that's after you've got a tolerance.
Because I feel like I'm not getting drunk, but I'm drinking quite a few
Yeah.
every day.
You drink like a case, just to feel it. You know what I'm saying? To get that little buzz. Now you need a case. What if you want to get drunk? You got to drink like 24 beers.
I gotta drink them really fast.
Yeah, and you got a shotgun.
Yeah,
You
it's
see
not
what I'm saying?
comfortable.
But here's the thing. Isn't that in opposition to what God says in his word? Yes, it is. So that's why I'm trying to tell you. If you look at the desperation act to cover what you shouldn't have been doing in the first place, a lot of times you got to add sin to sin to prevent the suffering that you're supposed to go through
So
from
let me ask
smoking
you
and
this.
drinking. Yeah,
Can
what's up?
anything be done in moderation when it comes to something like drinking or
Eat in
imbibing,
moderation, drink in
some,
moderation.
something
Like getting off
marijuana
drugs.
tea or something like that?
Well, so like marijuana tea or beer, yeah, if you're drinking in moderation, that's cool. Not getting drunk, not getting, because when it comes to weed and stuff, the terminology is different, right? You're not trying to get high, where you're just like tripped out, can't focus, you're useless to everyone around you. That's what you've got to avoid. But how about heroin? Is there a good way to do heroin?
I don't know about that.
Medicine.
Well,
Yeah, medicine is the only thing I can think
if
of.
you eat it, sure. But here's the thing. Do you have access to the poppy plant that heroin is produced from? That's in Afghanistan? No, you don't. Can you use the unrefined version of it and eat it or make a tea out of it? No, you can't. So what does that leave you with here in America? You got to synthesize it.
Yeah, and that's a big no-no, right?
And that's a no-no because because it's not just the natural ingredient at that point. It's a whole bunch of other things. Hey, right?
What about when our own body synthesizes? Like we can ingest something like THC and it becomes something else.
Sure.
When we digest it, that's why it becomes so much more powerful. You know?
Well, you're talking
What
about natural
that
processes. That's cool.
Okay.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. See, what we're trying to tell you is the things of this world, you gotta try your actions by this book here. You need to understand where to look, and that's why we're here, to give you guidance, right? Because now you know how to properly use marijuana or any drug that comes from a plant. You're supposed to be eating it. Go ahead and get it, man.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 31 and verse 27.
Bring it out.
Wine is as good as life to a man if it be drunk moderately. What life is then to a man that is without wine? For it was made to make men glad.
What? Read that again. It was made to make
It
men
was
glad.
made to make men glad.
That's why wine is here. Yeah. I just want to frame this, right?
Does that include anything that's fermented? Goes through a fermentation process?
Long as it doesn't produce poison. So I know there's certain fermentation processes where you get traces of like cyanide and arsenic and shit. Like long as it's not going to poison you. But the whole fermentation process where it produces wine or alcohol, that was made by God for a reason. Keep going, brother.
Wine measurably drunk and in season bringeth gladness of the heart and cheerfulness of the mind. But wine drunken with excess maketh bitterness of the mind, with brawling and quarreling. Drunkenness increaseth the rage of a fool till he offend. It diminisheth strength and maketh wounds.
So when you drink too much, what happens? You fall down, you bump into things, you often wake up with scratches, abrasions, things of that nature. You heard what he just said, right? It produces wounds. Nothing that's happening in our lives is new, brother. Nothing. All of it is accounted for in this book.
Right.
Now, I'm gonna ask you a question. And all of us, we answer this question every time we ask it to someone else. This book was sitting on your mother's coffee table. It was in every church you ever went to. It was in every courthouse you ever went to. Who read this book to you? Almost nobody. And yet all the answers to your life are right here.
Right.
It should make you very angry. Angry enough to turn around and serve God even more. Right? Hey, brother, can you go ahead and give me those scriptures I had you run up?
This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 26, verse 8. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword.
You got 18? 26, 18?
26, 18.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot.
No, you good.
Verse 18. And if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins.
You heard that? So if you get the warning from God and you go, you know what, fuck that, I ain't gonna listen to that. What's God gonna do? He gonna make it worse for you. You need to understand something, man. When your God says that you're gonna do something, you're gonna serve him in a certain capacity, he's not negotiating with you. He's telling, he's not asking you. And many of our people don't know the difference. So when God comes a call and they think it's time to turn up and go back to the strip club, go get some more hoes, go do some more blow, do all the things I like doing. And God's like, nah, man, that's over. I've already reminded you once or twice. So now I got to start chastening you. I got to start taking things away. I got to make life hard for you.
And I'm always making excuses like this will be the last day, or I'm going to get more stuff done. And I actually do believe in effort. You know, you have to put the effort in. Finally got food stamps.
Oh, praise.
I said, you know, hopefully I'm not going to be eating out of the dumpster, but then I ate out of the dumpster yesterday. And there's a bunch of alcohol down the Riverwalk. So I got shit hammered. You know?
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, get that Mark 4 and 14 and hold that. Go ahead and get that other scripture, brother.
Proverbs 21.
Yeah. But wine is a mocker.
No, that's 20.
Or 20, 20, yeah.
Book of Proverbs, chapter 20, verse 1. Wine is a mocker, strong drink, is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise.
So you were just trying to survive, and what did Satan have for you? A bunch of alcohol. How many people throw away alcohol that's perfectly good to drink? Almost never. But when you're trying to do the right thing, guess what you're gonna find? You're gonna find everything that take you off the beaten path.
Like
Everything.
whole beers. I was like, what?
Yeah, I bet they were room
Why?
temperature, right?
Whole margaritas.
Were they cold or room temperature?
They were still frozen.
I tell you, that's
They were
Satan,
still
man.
frozen. They were perfect. There was nothing wrong with them, dude.
Yep.
I found so many of them.
I told you, man. That's how it works, bro. That's how it works. He's about to read something to you. Because when you come to serve the Lord, remember I told you, prepare yourself for temptation. This is why he's about to read it to you.
The sower sow. This is Mark chapter 4 and verse 14.
Bring it out.
The sower soweth the word, and these are they by the wayside where the word is sown. But when they have heard, Satan cometh immediately.
Who cometh immediately?
Satan cometh
Cometh
immediately.
What is Satan? Adversary. So when you put your dukes up and you're ready to fight, God puts an adversary in front of you. Because what is the purpose of God training you to be his warrior if there's nothing to fight? And when you overcome one obstacle, you best believe God has two more lined up for you. It never stops. And if you pull your hand away, you know what God does? He brushes you aside. Ain't it the same way when you used to play sports? If you gave up, what did your coach do? He said, go sit on the bench. You don't want to play? Okay, that's cool. You want to half-ass? All right. I'll put somebody else in who wants to play. You think God won't do the same? I say this to my camera, right? To the brothers who come out and preach this word, we're not irreplaceable.
Right.
We don't think ourselves higher than we are. Because with pride comes all sorts of sin, multitudes of half-assing, not being on your square when you're supposed to, backbiting against your brothers, bucking up against authority figures. I got people over me I got to listen to. I'm never to think of myself greater than I am. Because I could be out here doing the same thing that I accuse other people of. Serving other gods, engaging in idolatry, breaking God's commandments. God can turn you out, man. But knowing the power of God, why not seek him all the more? Give me Baruch, or give me Baruch 4 and, but yeah, get one. Shit, start at 1, man. Yeah,
This is
yeah, we already got that. It's hard to. It's right. It's all right. 2 and 1. Yeah, we got that. Yeah. Look at that in Baruch 4 and yeah, let me grab the verse. Shit. Yeah, give me 4 and 28.
This is the book of Baruch, chapter 4, verse 28. Strive for the truth unto death, and the Lord shall fight for thee.
No, 4 and 28. That should be 4 as it was your mind to go astray.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you good.
Right.
But what he just read, hey, that's good too. You're supposed to be striving for the Lord unto death, man. And I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna fall sometimes. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean God is finished with you. But get up. A lot of times when we fall, we go, you know what? It's all done, man. I fucked up. That's where you gotta pick yourself up.
Yeah, that's where I fucked up. Is that I was like one hiccup, and then I was back down under the bridge. You know, and I was even thinking about it. I was like, really, one little thing, and you're gonna come down here, and I couldn't even stop myself, as though I didn't have a choice. You know, it's like, and then I run into somebody. As soon as I'm like, I knew it's a bad idea, but then you run into people. You know, they're like, hey man, we haven't seen you in a long time. We're gonna get you high.
Yep.
And that's exactly what I talked about and wanted, even though I was happy to be sober and more into my Bible than I'd ever been when you're locked up. You know?
I'm gonna tell you, when you're trying to separate from the world is gonna try to reclaim you as their own. Have you ever been around friends that you haven't hung out with for a while? And then they're like, hey, let's catch up. Let's hit up all the old spots. Let's do it big like we used to. And then you sitting there going, well, I don't do that no more. But I don't want to disappoint my friends. And now you have a decision to make. And And what do we do more times than not? We do what our friends are doing. We follow a multitude to do evil. You know what the Bible says about that? It says to follow not the multitude to do evil. Again, I'm going to keep asking this question, man. This book has been everywhere. Why isn't anybody reading it to you? What if I told you God is only dealing with these people even when it comes to what's in this book? We gonna prove that, right? Can somebody get me Amos 3 and 7 and just hold it? But get that what I got had you get right now. And start at 20.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 12.
You know,
Seek not death in the era of your life, and pull not upon yourselves destruction with the works of your hands.
So when you fall, don't cast yourself down even further. That happens a lot. You know, we disappoint ourselves and we go, man, you ain't shit, man. You know what? I just give up. Whatever happens to me, fuck it.
Exactly right.
But even God says, hey, man, don't cast yourself down when you make errors. Because if you ain't gonna fight, who gonna fight your battles for you? Last time I checked, brother, can't nobody make you stand up. Can't nobody make you put the bottle down. You gotta do it. You might be 2 beers in. You might go, you know what? This ain't the way I want to spend my day. And then you just go, I'm done. I'm gonna tell you, that might be the exercise when it comes to alcohol. Can you just simply go, you know what? I've had enough. Now, I know a lot of people who go through like alcohol treatment. Part of their problem is if they knew how to do that, they wouldn't be in alcohol treatment, right? So what do you got to do until you can do it? You got to avoid it. You might need a friend who's completely off the wagon, or he's on the wagon, I should say, right? He doesn't drink alcohol at all. And when you have 1 or 2 beers, you let him know, hey man, I've had enough. You don't control me, but you can at least remind me, hey man, put that down. So I'm gonna tell you, if I come up
And I
here,
can do the same thing with methamphetamine too, if I could just refuse it.
Mhm.
But I'm just too weak. You know, when they're being kind or whatever, and then they're gonna gift me this. And it was so weird because I got my bolo and it got rid of it. And I was like, okay, I'm out of shit. I ain't got nothing on me, you know. And as soon as I walk into the world, I walk up to the street and there's this guy sitting there drinking his coffee. You know, I set down my bags to rearrange my stuff. And he starts talking to me about how he'd been in prison for almost 20 years. And he had to learn how to be moderate with his methamphetamine use. And then he gives me some methamphetamine. And then immediately I go and buy a pint. I'm headed to church under the bridge. I already knew that I was going to God, but then the devil came in to grab me, you know, and I fell for that trap because he comes with a smile, you know, and he comes with gifts. You ain't got to pay nothing, you know.
somebody give me Job 1. The thing I want to show you, brother, I want to show you that Satan has a job.
Right.
And his job is to get you to do exactly what you're not supposed to be doing. That's his whole job. When you go to court, the judge works for the court. Your defense attorney works for the court. Who does the prosecutor work for? The court.
Yeah, they all work for the court.
Everybody works for the court. So why do people think Satan is operating all by himself? In Job 1, you're going to see that when the angels come and check in with God, guess who also comes to check in? Satan. And God asked him, hey, where you coming from? You think Satan said, I'm doing whatever I want to do? Nope. Satan said, hey, I'm coming from basically the earth, walking to and fro in it, walking up and down in it. In other words, I'm doing what you told me to do. You got to understand, man, there's a bunch of moving parts out here, man. You're part of a greater game. Don't get caught up in it. Focus on your God and focus on what's in his word. Go ahead and get that in Job.
The book of Job, chapter 1, verse 6. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them. And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou? Then Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down it.
You hear that? So the angels came and presented themselves before God. Satan was among them. God went to Satan directly and said, hey, where you coming from? Basically, give me a mission report. And Satan said, aye, Captain, this is what I'm doing, this is where I'm coming from, and if you permit me, I'll go back to my job. Sister, you got time for the Bible today? Got time for the Bible today?
I always have time for the Bible. I got to make some
Today. I'll say it, sister. That's what I'm saying. And you see, people are caught up in their own distractions. But you're finding out that there's a spiritual war going on all around you. But keep going, brother.
Verse 8. And the Lord said unto Satan, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and an upright man, one that feared God and eschewed evil.
So Job is literally a perfect man. When it comes to keeping the commandments, he does it all. Let's see how Satan goes about getting Job to be tempted. Keep going, brother.
Then Satan answered the Lord and said, Doth Job fear God or not? Hast not thou made a hedge about him, and about his house, and about all that he had on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands, and his substance is increased in the land. But put forth thy hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face.
You see how he's the prosecutor? God basically say, hey, you see my servant Job, he's perfect. Ain't a better one like him. And then Satan goes, well, that's only because you give him everything he wants. So that puts God on the spot. God's like, okay, let's test that theory. Because he knows who his servant is. And you know the whole story. From there, Job has everything taken from him, even his health. And then his friends are just circling around him, talking shit. Talking about, hey man, you brought this on yourself. You transgress God's laws. You think God is punishing you because you're righteous? Surely it's because you're wicked. Only to find out that God was only punishing him to prove that he was, in fact, a righteous servant. It was to his credit, and he didn't even know it until the very end. And what did God do at the end? He gave him everything back and more because he endured. Remember what we read in Sirach 2? If you endure, at the end, he will increase you.
Right.
But if you quit halfway through, what job do you know on this planet? You work a half day, get a full check. Don't
You
exist.
gotta put in the work. I was just saying that too yesterday. Yeah, you're right, man. Gotta put in the work.
See, the reason why the Most High God brought you right back to this spot, Rico, is because you weren't done learning. That's all. And I'm going to tell you, man, some people respond to a light tap. Some people respond to being yelled at. When I was in boot, I saw grown men break down crying because they were being yelled at. But then you got niggas like me. I've been getting beat and yelled at my whole life. That don't do shit to me. So now I got to go to jail. I got to lose a job. I got to be sitting in my apartment, wringing my hands together, trying to think, how can I come up with rent money? Now I'm in this tight spot. All because I keep disavowing God's laws. And to get my attention, God's got to put me in a position that I can't fix. I'm going to tell you, brother, you're in a position that you can't fix. At least not through sheer force of will. I'm going to tell you the easiest way to get out of poverty. Right? Somebody give me 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 16. I want to show you how to get out of poverty. And if you want to improve your health, somebody give me Deuteronomy 32 and 39. You know where I'm going with that. Because they both go together. When you hear it, you're going to see why. 1 Samuel 2. I thought that was 2016. I might think it. Yeah, you're right, because it's close. It's close to the end of chapter 1. Let me make sure. Right. Because what we're trying to tell you, man, is if you call yourself, yeah, you're right, it's 2 and 6. Shit, we was all wrong. Anyway. But if you call yourself trying to fight these demons, you need weapons to fight them with. And what weapons do you have to fight a spiritual battle? That's right. Go ahead and get him, guy.
Book of 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 6.
Bring it out.
The Lord killeth and make it alive. He bring it down to the grave and bring it up.
Now keep going. Keep going.
The Lord make it poor and make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up.
You hear that? He maketh poor and he maketh rich. It's nothing for God to give you a big old bag of money. You know that for certain now, because it was nothing for somebody to give you a bit of methamphetamine. Didn't even know the guy. You just sit next to somebody, and he was like, you know what you need? Some meth. Why? I don't know. Left-hand spirit him talking to me in my ear. Tells me to get to know you a little better and to offer you something. Come to find out, you got a weakness. That's Satan, man. You need to understand something, man. Your God knows you better than you know yourself. And he chooses your delusions.
Right.
Yeah, oh, we gonna keep going. We gonna keep going. Yeah. We ain't done. Right? Because all we're trying to tell you, Rico, is that with you being an Israelite, you're gonna have to come back to your heritage if you want to overcome these demons.
That's right.
And the white man can't save you from this one.
That's right.
You can't. There isn't a drug treatment program out there that can save you. Because what do they tell you? Once an addict, always an addict. Don't they tell you that? They tell you you're going to have to fight that demon for the rest of your life. Who wants to fight a craving, a compulsion every moment of the day? But if you cast your cares on the Lord, he'll fight for you.
Right. And I've been thinking that too. I should just go to rehab. But when I was addicted to cocaine years ago, I didn't go to rehab.
Yeah.
And I quit. I had to quit it twice, but I stayed off of it.
All praise.
You know?
So you're seeing that there are ways out, but it requires spiritual strength, force of, like, willpower, I should say, right? But keep going, brother. There's more.
Verse 8. He raises up the poor out of the dust, and he lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory.
Now, I want you to listen to this next part.
For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them.
The reason why all these things are within his control is because it's his. He controls all of it. That's why.
That's right.
It's real simple, right? Keep going just a little bit more.
Verse 9. And he will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail.
For by strength, what?
No man prevail.
Remember what I just told you? White man can't save you. You can't do it on your own. You can't just go, I'm going to do this, and it be done. It don't work that way. This is to my camera. Me personally, I thought I would never stop playing video games. I realized when I became an adult and I passed the age of 30, I had a problem. I could sit for 8 hours uninterrupted and just play games all damn day. And it's even worse when you're good at it, because you get that false affirmation of doing something when you win. I had a real problem. But then that's when I more or less started teaching. I've been teaching for about 3, going on 4 years. But I was gearing up to start teaching. Y'all sisters got time for the Bible today? Just know y'all Israelites, all right? Y'all the princesses of this earth,
That's right.
right? Keep God's commandments. Yes, ma'am. Right?
Should have turned that to the business. You know, you guys get millions of dollars playing video games.
Now, but here's the thing. The people get millions of dollars. One of them is a gay furry. A gay furry. Somebody who dresses up like, yeah, I'm not kidding.
Oh, that's crazy.
No. See, you gotta sell out to get high anywhere in this kingdom. You ain't gonna be put on high in this world for nothing.
That's crazy.
Now it's starting to come out. All our favorite music stars
Oh, yeah.
molest children, go to Epstein Island. They got to get popped in the butt by a record executive. All these things are coming out. But if the truth wasn't here for you to look at and reference, what would you think? Well, they did it by their own strength. But what did we just read? By strength shall no man prevail. Who's got Deuteronomy 32:39? As a matter of fact, let me look because I might want to start. You said 30? Yeah, 30. Yeah, it just started.
It's the book of Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 39.
Look it up.
Look it up.
See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me.
There's no God with God. So if you're thinking, well, Christianity, being an Israelite, you know what? I'll become a Muslim, and I'll call upon Allah. The Most High God, Yahweh, in this book is saying, there's no God on my level.
That just killed the truth.
Yeah, and it kills the Trinity, because if you think Christ is equal to God, guess what God just said? There's no one with him. He all by himself. Keep going, brother.
I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal.
That's right.
Listen to this next part.
Neither is there any that can deliver out of my
Can't
hand.
nobody stop. Now think about all the people who say God is mighty and God is working a mighty work in their lives. You think they know God is this God? The God that kills and makes alive? You think they know that God? No. Because if they did, most of them people wouldn't be sitting in a church. They would actually read this book, and they would have read Acts 7 and 48, where it says God dwelleth not in temples made with hands. Because they would fear God enough to do what's written in his word.
My grandparents were non-denominational. They didn't go to a church. They had revivals like in a tent
Yeah. But here's the thing, though.
or at home.
But now you know that God is only for the Israelites. So
Right.
even if they have a revival, if everybody can come, is God really there? No. Because the God of the Bible is only for the Israelites.
That's right.
See, that's why half of the struggle is knowing if you're an Israelite or not. That's why we let people know it's blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, and we're scattered all over the earth. That's why all over the earth we're in the ghettos, the slums, the favelas, the barrios. The white man got his foot in our ass here in America. He got his foot in our ass in Mexico, South America. You know who the Ainu people are in Japan? They go back to a group of people called the Jomon people. They're basically Negroes who have Asian features. They are our people that were basically strewn throughout Asia through the Silk Road slave trade and various other slave trades. You know who the Semang people are? They're of the northern tribes who are scattered to the Philippines. These are just a few groups of people that people don't even know they're Israelites. But when you go see how they're doing, you go to their communities where they at. They're in the ghettos, the barrios, slums. Now, we're about to step off of this to bring you up to date again on the curses. We're going to go back over those things. I'm going to lace you up with your duty.
I gotta go, man.
You got to go?
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, every time I meet you, though, you drop so much knowledge that I can't even maintain. You know, I go over it in my head, and it's like, why are you saying the things that literally just yesterday I was thinking of? You know, and you're putting them in perspective that, you know, I should be reading my Bible. I haven't read it once since I got out of jail. And I read it every single day when I was there.
Give me a study to show that self-approved in 2 Timothy, and then we're going to get one more. Just get him Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. We're going to lace you up with two more before you go. Right?
It's better when somebody else reads it to me, man. Puts it into that perspective. So sometimes I read it a couple times, and I'm like, am I really
Get that
getting
with Philip
this?
and Acts. We're going to get you something. You just said something. It's better when somebody else reads it. Yeah, you need a teacher. I'm going to tell you, you can't even come to understand this truth without a teacher. Because you're going to read your Bible, you go, I don't know what that means.
Yep. Sometimes I'll read it over again, and I'm like, what does this mean?
Yeah. And guess what? That happens to everybody. One of the things that me and my wife talk about all the time is when I was going to church, I genuinely wanted to serve God. And the reason I became an atheist is because I realized I couldn't serve God in the church. So when I left the book behind too, not realizing that the book had nothing to do with the church.
Right.
Go ahead and get these scriptures. Let's get them.
It's the book of Acts, chapter 8 and verse 30.
Bring it out.
And Philip ran thither to him and heard him read the prophet Isaiah.
So go up a little bit so we know who it is.
Verse 27, Salaki, verse 26. And the angel of the Lord spake unto Philip, saying, Arise and go toward the south, unto the way that goeth down from Jerusalem unto Gaza, which is desert. And he arose and went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, a eunuch of great authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians.
So what you have here is you have an Israelite who was living in Ethiopia, and he's returning to Jerusalem for a gathering with his people. He's trying to read the book of Isaiah. Keep going, brother.
Who had the charge of all her treasure, and had come to Jerusalem for to worship, was returning and sitting in his chariot, read Isaiah the prophet. Then the Spirit said unto Philip, Go near and join thyself to this chariot. And Philip ran thither to him and heard him read the prophet Isaiah, and said, Understandest thou what thou readest?
So he was reading Isaiah, this eunuch. And as Philip came near, he saw he was reading. He said, Hey, you know what you read? You understand what you read here? Let's see how he responds.
And he said, How can I, except some man should guide me?
So he said, How can I understand this unless I have a teacher? You can read it. There's no harm in that. And you might even get a little bit of information out of it that helps you. But will you really understand it? Can you? I have a question.
No. I actually like reading the self-help, faith-based self-help, because they explain it so much more than I can understand. You know.
Okay.
Like especially the wine skins. You know.
You can't put
And
new wine in
how-
old
how
wine.
The Bibles, the King James Bible, they call them something else. They don't call them wine skins. They call them.
Line bibbers.
I forget what it says, but it's not the exact same thing as wineskins, which I thought it takes away from the meaning of how the wineskins would crack, and if you put new wine into old wineskins.
So I have a question for you though. If you're reading a self-help book, is it still self-help?
Little conundrum right there.
It's still called help.
Uh-huh.
The reason why I'm telling you that is because it goes right with what we just read. You still need help, brother. You need somebody to teach you, make it plain, and break it down. We all need help, brother. And I'm going to tell you, even if you were doing it on your own, somebody like Nat Turner, are you familiar with Nat Turner? Like one of the largest slave rebellions? You know, he started that slave rebellion based on the Bible, right? He actually read it, and the Spirit was dealing with him, and he found out that we were the Israelites. And that's what empowered him to rise up and war against the slave masters. But who had to help him to understand that? Even if he didn't have a teacher of the flesh, he had a teacher of the Spirit. And that's how he came to that conclusion. You always need help, brother. We always need help. Because two is better than one. Don't you feel safer when you got a brother with you?
I do.
And don't you feel even safer when you got another brother with the two brothers?
That's what I'm saying.
That's why we're out here, man. You're never alone, brother. That flyer has our contact info on it. Right? If you ever need to call or text me, my name is Haya L, brother.
Hi, El.
Haya L. Rico. Of course, sir. Of course. Anytime. That's all.
I mean, y'all's names is just too cool, man.
We get Hebrew names.
So am I going to change my name?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me,
If
man?
you start keeping these commandments, your original language is Paleo-Hebrew. The Mexican man used to speak Nawa. It's a broken dialect of Hebrew. Y'all had Hebrew names before the white man came here. It's just most people don't know that.
Yeah.
That's why he brought Hebrew interpreters when he came here. One named Luis de Torres, a black man, a Moor, who spoke Hebrew when he came here. Why would Columbus come here with a Hebrew interpreter if he didn't know the people who were here were Hebrews?
That's right.
A lot of moving parts, brother, and we're here to teach you all of them, but you gotta keep coming here.
Right. All fact. Right.
We come here now at 2 p.m. every Saturday.
Every Saturday.
Every Saturday. All right, Rico?
Try and stay out of jail.
Hey, man.
Hey, things are moving on up, though.
And while you leave, I'm gonna read this to you, because I love
You better
sending
not. I'm
people.
going to run away, man. Come on.
No,
Let me
you'll
back
hear me.
in.
You gonna hear me,
I
man.
know I need to hear it. I need to hear it all.
Sorry.
This is Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6.
Read it up.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
That's right.
That's who you are. You're a king, man. I'm not making it up. It's right here. It's in the book you got. Fight. We're here. We got you. All right? Fight, man. All praise. Shalom, shalom means peace be with you. Sometimes we got to remind our people. We got to remind our people, man. Although it might seem like you're alone, you're never alone. Your God is always with you, man. Somebody give me the apple of his eye in Zechariah. Right? We are the apple of God's eye. And you'll notice a lot of our people are saying that they're in these very low estates where they're surrounded by danger. They're seeing people get stabbed to death. They're using drugs from people where they don't know how it's stepped on. See, a lot of people don't know if you're doing meth or anything like that, they got a chemical out here now called xylazine, and it causes your flesh to rot off. A lot of people don't realize, like when you see those, when you see people shooting up, they have those real bad scars and the track marks. A lot of times that's from the xylazine burning away their flesh. And if it restricts the blood flow enough, the limb rots off. But the Most High God is seeing us through all those things. Yeah, go and get it, man.
Book of Zechariah chapter 2 verse 8. For thus says the Lord of hosts, after the glory hath he sent me unto the nations, which spoil you. For he that toucheth you touches the apple of his eye.
So whoever is touching us in a way to harm us, exploit us, extort us, the Most High God is recording it, and he aims to repay them for it. That brother doesn't understand. You got more defense around you than any of these crackers walking around here. Guns, police, army, military, all that shit be damned. Your God is a God that will fight for you. But you got to be just so that when he fights for you, he's not the minister of sin. Because if God is going to fight for you just so you can run and get another damn bag of dope, then he ain't going to fight for you.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Hey, man. People don't realize, man, the Most High God, he takes offense when you refuse to change. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? I'll say it. If you're black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, just know you're an Israelite.
Right.
Repent and keep God's laws. All right, let's get back on this lesson. Can somebody grab me?
You know, use Jeremiah 51:19. That's where you left off.
Yeah. So we read heritage and yeah, I think that was some part of the lesson, man. We just stepped off. Can somebody get me? We're gonna reread Psalms 33 and 8 through 12, and then can you get me 1 Corinthians 3 and 18 through 19? Then after that, you're gonna grab me Psalms 5 and 5.
The book of Psalms, chapter 33, and verse 8.
Bring it up.
Let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast. The Lord bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught. He maketh the devices of the people of none effect.
So in regards to the theme of the lesson of why consort with the heathen for the truth, you need to understand the Most High God is bringing the counsel of the heathen to nothing. There is no wisdom with these people because the Most High God has deprived them of it. He never gave them the law, statutes, and commandments.
That's right.
He doesn't guide them with a firm hand through his judgment. That's reserved for his people only.
That's right.
So why would you debase yourself and go unto the people who hate you, who won't even tell you you're an Israelite, to get wisdom that they don't have? Food for thought. Keep going, brother.
Verse 11. The counsel of the Lord standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance.
And we read Jeremiah 51 and 19. Sisters, y'all got time for the Bible? A couple minutes? I'll say it, right? Anyway, go ahead and get what you got. I want to say something, I'm going to let it go.
It's the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 3 verse 18.
Bring it up.
Let no man deceive himself. If any man among you seem to be wise in this world, let him become a fool, that he may be wise. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God.
That's right.
For it is written, he taketh the wise in their own craftiness.
So,
And-
keep going, finish now.
And again, the Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain.
So the Most High God is well aware that the wisdom of this world is nothing. And that's what makes the Most High God even angry when we follow after those who have nothing. Right? We're throwing the wisdom of the Most High God behind us to follow after people that the Most High God told us were beneath us. You need to understand something, man. The Most High God is a great and mighty king. And that's something our people take for granted. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Thou says. I see you got a cross on the back of this jacket. A lot of good that's going to do. Anyway, let's keep going. Can you give me Psalms 5 and 5? Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
Oh, we're good. We go weekly. We're good.
But what tribe you come from in the Bible, do you know?
I have no clue, but that's cool.
Thou says. Yeah, that's cool. Thou says.
Oh, you're judging me.
I am, because the Bible says judge righteous judgment. And what you said
Right.
is extremely short-sighted.
Ye without sin cast the first stone.
Yep. And guess what? I'm not saying it don't matter. You are. That stone's in your face, and it belongs there. Go ahead and get it.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 5 and verse 5.
Bring it out.
The foolish shall not stand in thy sight.
Where's he going right now? Up the street. Because the foolish shall not stand in God's sight.
That's right.
Keep going.
Thou hatest all workers of iniquity.
Wait, God only hates some people who do iniquity. Say it again.
Thou hatest all workers of iniquity.
So if you call yourself a sinner and saying God loves the sinner and hates the sin, you're deluding yourself.
Right.
That's why we're trying to tell our people to get right and keep God's laws.
Right.
For you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians who are under the sound of my voice, stop and ask yourself, how is a being, the white man, who has to put on sunscreen just to go outside, how is he over you? How? It's because you refuse to keep God's commandments. So he sent the worst, filthiest sword that he has in his armory to put his foot knee-deep in your ass. The basest of men. As a matter of fact, give me that in Daniel. Right? Ain't that 4 and 17? It's either 4 or 7. But what you got?
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
but
No, you got a precept?
I did because something he said about these without sin cast the first.
Get it, man. Shit. Go ahead and cut that nigga up.
So basically, we can't judge, right?
Shit.
That's what he said. We can't judge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
And why you getting it?
This is the book of,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead and get it. Get it.
yeah, this is the book of John, chapter 7, verse 24. And this is Yahushua talking. Judge not according to the appearance, but judge righteous judgment.
So you're not supposed to just judge according to how things look. He judged according to how things look. He saw brothers with Bibles. He assumed that we're doing the same thing that they do in the church. Even though he know damn well his pastor don't read the fucking Bible.
Right.
I know I sound a little curse, but damn it, that vexes my spirit, man. He know damn well this is not what he sees in the church. And it should have alarmed him when I said, hey, what tribe you come from? And he didn't have the first frame of reference. He should have said, why is he asking me that? Can you elaborate? But you see how our people respond when they're put on the spot and they don't know something. They would rather go with what they know than be edified and built up so that they could be a better servant for the Most High.
That's right.
Because their service of God is a self-serving endeavor. Our service of God is completely externalized. This is all to the glory of God and nothing else. Because we didn't wake ourselves up, we didn't make ourselves, and we damn sure aren't protecting ourselves out here. Because our lives hang in doubt day and night. That's one of the curses in Deuteronomy 28.
Right.
Again, had that elder who just said it didn't matter, had he have read the Bible, he wouldn't have said something so foolish. And in front of his sons. But keep going.
Real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm restarting over every 45 minutes.
No, you good. You good. I'll wait. So one of the things I have to say, right? Our people constantly talking about not being judged. Where has that gotten us?
Right.
Aren't we the lowest people on the planet?
Right.
All because we say you can't judge anybody. But when the white man come through your neighborhood and shoot the block up and kill your people in cold blood, you don't tell the white man that. When you stand in front of a judge in an orange jumpsuit praying you don't get football numbers, you don't tell him, hey, you can't be judging like that. But when it's your own people trying to give you knowledge that'll save your damn life, all of a sudden don't judge him. I pray he get judged on the way home, and I hope his family see it. And I'm not praying a curse on our people. I'm praying for correction.
Right.
Because I want to see that brother again, and he say, you know what? I was out of pocket. My bad. Lace me up with the scriptures. Hell, he might even come up here wanting to fight. As long as you want to hear the scriptures after it, let's get it in. Fuck it. Because a lot of our people who are the prophets of old, they had to fight a nigga or two before they got a chance to dispense the word. And that's all right with me, right? But, yeah, go ahead and get that.
It's the book of Daniel, chapter 4, and verse 17.
Bring it out.
This matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will, and setteth up over it the basest of men.
Now, as you said that, I was watching that damn Edomite walk up picking his nose. I'm telling you, man, the spirit is working, man. The Most High God sets up the basest of men over us. Again, I have to ask this question every time we try to reconcile us being in this low estate. The people who are over the Israelites today are the most prolific murderers, the most prolific pedophiles, the most prolific engagers of bestiality. These are the people who say that there's no God, but then they'll turn around and tell you that the way things work on the quantum scale is completely beyond their understanding. They still don't understand why matter behaves a certain way when there's an observer versus when there's not an observer. They still don't understand why your body, like your heart, has multiple chambers. They know how it has that, but they don't know why it has that. That's why they say things like evolution. This is the base man's way of trying to describe how the Most High God does his work. And their description and summary is insufficient.
Well, brother, you just made a great point. I always bring things out to the kids and stuff like that. I said, if you look at most science, what do they call it?
Theory.
Theoretical science. That means it can't be proven. Yet you will hold that book higher than that book. And say science says this versus that book. It says it's greater than that book, our book. And believe in that crap that lets you know it can't be proven versus that which can be.
That's why dealing with our people when they come out of Esau's colleges is vexing. Because they believe that they're at the pinnacle of knowledge in academia, not understanding that you've been thrown in the fucking dungeon. You know next to nothing in regards to the things that you need to know.
They always say that was written by a man, but that book that's a theoretical scientific book is written by a man. And theory is just that man's opinion for what he saw, what he believes. That's it. It's somebody's opinion that you believe in, hold it to be 100% versus what the Bible said, what God said.
You ever heard of the probability factor?
Like mathematics and stuff.
So there's
Just everything on every scale.
So it's where all these theories come from. It's called a probability factor. It's pretty much nothing is based off facts.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Evolution, all of that. And it makes sense if you really think about it. If evolution was secure and complete, if it was perfect, you're mentioning it, there should be no failure of kidneys or livers or any of the sort in animals, in humans, in any kind of mammal. If evolution was a thing that started from the very beginning and you see involvement, you should not see any devolvement throughout the planet.
So you just bring me to the whole other thing, the chaos theory. If you look at the chaos theory, it lets you know the Big Bang dealing with evolution and the Big Bang and all that stuff is impossible because chaos only breeds chaos. Chaos is impossible to breed tranquility.
Yeah.
So yeah, they negate
There's no
themselves.
perfection in it. Therefore, it's all
Exactly, just-
theoretical.
right.
It's the same concept with these little green aliens and just to make what we're saying look bad. You see what I'm saying?
I think that's done on purpose to just throw you off because they know
It is.
they know really what's going on.
It's
Somebody-
also need the
Give me
probability
Job
factor.
9:24.
Because it may be true, but it may not be true. But no one ever seen the green little men.
Right.
No man can step out the spaceship and say, "Hey, we're real. We're here." It's based off a probability factor. There's no facts in it. You see what I'm saying? And like you said, that is spoken about and written about in these books to throw us off of what is factual, what is complete, and what is whole, and what does benefit us as a nation. All of that is to throw us off of what benefits as a nation, to keep us in a state of non-beneficial, in a state of at the bottom, in a state of not being on top.
See, that even makes more sense even on the aspect of allowed every spirit to live on the earth that He had created, that the earth would be whole.
Correct.
Basically, you know what I'm
You said
saying?
my second
Then
Amos.
He let you know that there was nothing else created but after the seventh day. The seventh day He rested. The 6
Right.
days, that's it, of all creation. The seventh day He rested. There's no more spirits that was created.
Right.
It's all recycled.
Right.
Exactly. So, you want something 19?
He's gonna give me Job 9 and 24 real quick.
It's the
Just
book-
hold that.
It's the book of Job, chapter 9 and verse 24.
Give
Bring
me
it up.
Job 13
The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?
So we're segueing a little bit away from the lesson, but it's a good thread to dwell on for a second. The earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. Well, if they control everything, what they say is fact or truth, that's going to be the standard. But that doesn't mean we change what we believe. As Israelites, we've been told that we are to adhere to this, the truth of the biblical scriptures, unto death.
That's right.
Right? But living in this world, you got to realize that's going to make you an enemy of the establishment.
Right.
Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? I'll say it. All right? Because one of the things that we were talking about was the so-called white man's science. When you look at the whole concept of the Big Bang Theory, what you have is the theory that you had an infinitesimally small yet dense point of energy, and yet there was a fracturing of symmetry or balance that caused it to explode, bringing chaos out of order, knowing that that goes against everything that's in reality.
That's right.
So you see what he's about to read, that these are doctors and physicians of no value.
Gone.
These are people who, though they have great swelling words, they write these dissertations, they give speeches and essays in front of thousands of people. It's all for nothing. And what did we read earlier? The Most High God brings the counsel of the heathen to naught. And that's exactly what happens when you compare the wisdom of their world versus the wisdom of the scriptures. Go ahead and get there.
In the book of Job, chapter 13, verse 4. But ye are forgers of lies. Ye are all physicians of no value.
Forgers of lies, or makers of deceptions. And they are physicians of no value. Notice that it doesn't say a doctor, because the term doctor, etymologically speaking, means fraud. See, most people don't even realize when you're called a doctor, you're literally calling yourself a fraud by title. But what did we just read? Read it one more time.
But ye are forgers of lies. Ye are all physicians of no value.
Physicians of no value. So if you've got the basest man on the planet giving you the accolade of being a master of a certain subject, how can a simpleton give you a certificate of mastery? Unless you're a master at being a simpleton.
PhD.
And I'm going to tell you, the hardest people to deal with are PhDs. Because they hold that PhD up as if it gives them a certification to say they have mastery of everything. You got people out here who have PhDs in mathematics, got the nerve and audacity to stand up in front of people talking about societal issues like being good at math makes them any more credible at anything else. But again, when you let the basis of men establish what it means to have mastery of a certain subject, that's what happens. Go ahead, go through, man.
And you know what? That's another fraudulent study in mathematics. Addition, multiplication, all that. Okay, so you said 0 times 1 equals 0. So how did you multiply it?
Yeah.
Nothing multiplied. So once again, that's another false teaching. Addition.
So when you look at theoretical maths, you see that nothing works the way that standard model mathematics works. And it all involves having a standard or a value that's set by the person administering the question or the evaluation. You have to set a coefficient, or, I believe that's the term for it. You have to set a coefficient, or you have to set a standard number by which to have other variables relate to it.
That's the only way it works.
And that's the only way that it works. And you can get repetitive answers, so it seems stable enough, but when you apply it to the world around you, many times it doesn't work the way you think it should.
That gets into the logic of math. Logic. Then it negates itself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and just to go back to what y'all were talking about, y'all mentioned evolution. Evolution in and of itself destroys itself, because if I produce progeny or offspring that has a different DNA structure, they are now of a separate species and cannot produce more offspring. Hence why you have things like mules. A mule cannot propagate because it is neither a donkey or a horse. So it can have babies with neither. The same thing with a liger.
You got chimps. They said we evolved from chimps. Well, we've had chimps in captivity for hundreds of years, and they have not evolved at one time.
Correct.
So there you go. Once again, proven incorrect.
Well, but even if they had, say you had a zoo, and you had a whole gaggle of chimpanzees, you had 1,000 of them, and all of a sudden there was a chimp that was produced, he was hairless, he looked just like a white man, no lips, all that shit. Guess what?
They give them a job.
Well, they give him a job, but also that chimp, he'd be sterile because he wouldn't be able to have children with any other primate.
Matter of fact, chimps would ostracize him.
Yeah, they would probably kill him.
Yeah.
All right, because if you're not familiar with chimp behavior, they're one of the most aggressive primates on the planet, and they'll literally pick the flesh off of things that they eat while it's still alive. This shit is gross and it's crazy. But either way, let's get back on this lesson. Can somebody? Oh yeah, give me that Psalms 19. Can you give me Deuteronomy 4 and 5 through 8? I'm sorry, 4 and 1 through 8.
The book of Psalms, chapter 19, verse 7.
Yeah.
The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple.
So one of the things that we try to emphasize to our people is if you want to be wise, if you truly want to have knowledge that's worth something, you have to study these scriptures.
That's right.
Actually, can you give me Isaiah 34:16 and get that after he gets on the Psalms?
Verse 8. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether.
So the judgments, the commandments, the law that the Most High God gave unto the Israelites, it is for our learning and it is to our perfecting. That's one of the things that we stress to our people. If you call yourself trying to be a perfect person in the eyes of God, you best become familiar with God, with what God requires of you. How can you keep the law of something when you don't know the law?
That's right.
Go ahead and get what you got.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 34 and verse 16.
Bring it up.
Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. No one of these shall fail, none shall want her mate.
So we're supposed to be seeking out of this book. We're supposed to constantly have our nose in it and be reading it. And we're not supposed to put this book as or any other book as an authority over the Bible. Now, if you live in the white man's world, which we do, he's going to tell you that you're crazy for doing such a thing. But if you look at one of the ex-presidents of America, Theodore Roosevelt, he said a sound and thorough education of the Bible is better than any education that you can get through any scholastic source.
Smartest thing I ever heard a white man say.
Yeah, that is the brightest thing I ever heard a white man say. That and Andrew Jackson saying, what if God is black and God is just? And for those of y'all who don't know, Andrew Jackson was a avid slave owner. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? I'll say it. All right? But, can you go ahead and give me that Deuteronomy? And can you get me whole Psalms 19 and 17? Actually, no, we just read that. Sirach 32, 23, and 24. Sorry.
Does that start at the top?
No, start top 1 through 8.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 4 from the top. Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them that ye may live, and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you. Ye shall not abide unto Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you.
Now we're going to reread it. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? I'll say it. Just know if you're black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, you're an Israelite. That's right. Right? And I still have to keep questioning why we have to keep reminding black men that the white man is the damn devil.
That's right.
And why running to the white woman ain't going to fix none of your problem. At all.
It's gonna make it worse.
They got good credit in this kingdom. Thank you.
She gonna divorce your ass, take all your money.
Seriously. I just
Don't piss her off.
Like,
Oh, you ready?
Don't piss her off.
my whole deal is
Chill out this bitch.
with all the shit that black men have to face the world over. Why would you run to the white woman of all women on the planet? I just don't understand. So not only she gonna be trash in bed, she gonna have trash hygiene, she gonna have trash cooking because she don't know how to use seasoning. I'm just gonna be real. Why would any black, Hispanic, or Native Indian person go with their oppressor? And if you're gonna get an oppressor, at least get a good looking one. You're gonna get the most busted, wrinkled up white woman you can get. Come on now. Because it's the truth. Shit, you can
Let's
only
talk
eat.
about it.
Look, you can only eat unseasoned chicken so often before you go, this shit has to stop.
Salt, pepper's not seasoned.
Seriously, man. You can only endure that shit for so long before you say, man, this gotta stop, bro. Especially when you could go down the street and get cuisine from Issachar, cuisine from Judah, cuisine from our brothers from Trinidad. You know what? That's just the aisle I hated. You got Levi and Simeon being stupid, trying to divide an island in half. Talking about, oh, we don't live in the same land, we ain't the same people.
It's a line. It's a line. Not even a physical line.
Yeah.
It's a line. They gonna say,
But I'm gonna tell you the common thread between them. The white man got his foot in their ass. Both of them, wearing them both like Crocs, walking around, using up all their resources. That's why Haiti is the poorest country on the face of the planet, because they give billions of dollars every year to France. And they're paying reparations for the Haitian Revolution, which France lost.
that's ridiculous.
What nation have you ever heard of who pays reparations to the nation that they beat?
That makes no sense.
But when you're dealing with Israelites, things that don't make sense happen every day. Because niggas make things complex and complicated.
Can't escape these judgments.
You can't escape the judgments, man. You can't. People don't even know. Down in Haiti, they got a metal, essentially called, I believe it's called tantalum or columbite. It's a metal that in and of itself, if you touch them together, it literally generates a charge on its own. No battery needed.
Like carbon.
It's called tantalum. It's one of the most expensive substances on the planet. It's basically real life vibranium. That's why all that shit with Wakanda, and you know, if the Wakandans are left to their own devices, they have the most advanced civilization on the planet. Where do you think they got that from? And you gotta realize Marvel is written by Amalekites, the most unimaginative people on the planet. So they're gonna constantly steal from us, our likeness, our story, our accomplishments. But all our people walk by and they say they don't have time. But if I was a white man handing out pamphlets and giving out good jobs, they'd have plenty of time. Because the white man's ice is always cold. And when they look at their own people, they figure we ain't got nothing to give nobody because we a couple of dirty niggas with Bibles. It's a shame. But anyway, no. Let's keep it the list. Well, actually, what precept you got? Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah. You finished yours all over there? Yeah, finished.
Verse 3. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that follow Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day.
So Moses was tasked with leading the Israelites through the wilderness. And here he's giving a word to the Israelites. And the Most High God is reminding our people that all the people who joined onto idols and served other gods, the Most High God destroyed them.
This way.
See, the Most High God is making it known through a reminder that everybody who stayed cleaving unto him, they did all right. Everybody else who departed, they got the business. Keep going, brother.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me that ye should do them, that you should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
So I got a question for you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Since we decided to not keep the values of the Bible, what do all the nations say about us now? They call us cholos, They call us lazy. They call us niggas. To our native brothers, they call them prairie niggas, TP creepers. They don't say we are a wise and understanding nation, even though their entire livelihoods are built on our backs.
Right.
Their nation runs with our blood, not theirs. But yet, God gave us statutes and commandments to make us precious in His sight. And we threw it behind us, and they picked them up. And now they run with them, and they do a little bit, but it goes a long way. And we threw it completely away, and so we have nothing at all. It's a damn joke. Keep going, brother.
Keep their. I don't think I finished. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this is a great nation. Salaki, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon Him for? And what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments so righteous, as all this law which I set before you this day?
Read 9.
Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy son's son.
So I know this is talking about the mighty acts that our people saw the Most High God do when He led us out of Egypt by the hand of the angel of the Lord. But one of the things we have to understand in the modern day is we have to keep rehearsing these scriptures over and over again, lest we forget. And that often will happen to you. You'll find yourself rereading something. You're like, man, I forgot that was here. Because that is one of the inherent flaws in these bodies. You forget. Very few people have photogenic memory. Very few people. And to those who do have photogenic memory, that's a torture in and of itself, because you never forget anything. And I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of things in this life you'd prefer to forget. But we're supposed to be rehearsing these scriptures so that we can teach them to our sons and our daughters, so that we can give it to our community and we can rise as a people. Right? What you got? Get it. Go get it.
This is the book of Judges, chapter 5 and 11.
Go.
They that are delivered from the noise of the archers in the places of drawing water, there shall they rehearse the righteous acts of the Lord, even the righteous acts towards the inhabitants of His villages in Israel. Then shall the people of the Lord go down to the gates.
So, this was to the people who got delivered. We're supposed to be rehearsing the righteous acts. I'm going to tell you, when you see God show up and show out in your life, that should invigorate you and incentivize you to serve God even more.
Right.
But you'll notice in the Bible, the Israelites have to consistently be told, just because God did one thing for you, don't forget. Don't slack up. Because that's one thing Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans love to do, and that's take their hands off the plow. We love to take our eyes off of our business, and before we know it, we're surrounded by things that have no efficaciousness or value. And I'm glad that brother brought that precept out. I'm going to put that in my cap. You know what I'm saying? What you got? Yeah, get that, man. Get it.
This is the book of Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 12.
Bring it up.
Then beware, lest thou forget the Lord, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage.
You remember the Lord, brother? See again, man. But I guarantee if the cops pull him over today, he's going to be like, Dios mío, God save me. Not understanding God's name ain't God, and Jesus' name ain't Jesus. But any sound individual who says they believe the Bible should go, brother, what are the names of God and His Son? See, I always say that in earshot of our people, because I love it when our people show enough intelligence to at least ask those questions. But more times than not, our people walk headfirst into disaster, because the Most High God's got to give them a credible reason to know His name. See, His name is dreadful to the heathen.
Right.
But I'm going to go out on the limb and say his name ain't only dreadful to the heathen. I speak as a man right now. His name is dreadful to the hard-headed niggas of Israel too. Because when they finally face the judgment of God, they go, oh yeah, Yahweh, the great and terrible God. I heard about him. But now I get to feel his work, not just see. See, that's one of the best ways to learn how to keep God's commandments. And that's seeing the cost when you break them. See, that's how you learn how to respect your parents. First time you got slapped in the mouth, it put you on pause for a second. You went, damn, I didn't expect that. Man, get that, man. Get
This
that.
is the book of Sirach, chapter 32, verse
Man,
22.
bring it out.
And beware of thy own children.
Like, it's simple and it's to the point. But you're supposed to be wary of your own children. Because rebellion is not the only thing that they can do. They can bring destruction to your house through stupidity. More times than not, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we bring ruin to ourselves by not keeping God's commandments. Yeah, go ahead and get it.
Beware of thy own children, and in every good work trust thy own soul, for this is the keeping of the commandments. He that believeth in the Lord taketh heed to the commandment, and he that trusteth in him shall fare never the worse.
So if you trust in the Most High God and you keep his commandments, he gonna make sure you straight, right? Even if it seems like you heading into a dark tunnel and you can't see the other side of it. There's no light on the other side of that tunnel. A lot of times you come out unscathed on the other side as long as you keep God's commandments. See, that's why that brother, when he said that he left from here and basically went straight to jail, I believed it. You know why? Because I ain't see him no more after that. So that means chances are you didn't stay prayed up, you didn't stay in your Bible. You got time for the Bible system. See, again, with the things coming to America, our people pretending like they don't hear us, like they don't see us. That's going to change. Because you're going to realize 911 don't work for you no more. You're going to realize people ain't talking no more. They out here busting shots. See, most of our people are not going to understand what we're saying until they're a day late and $1 short. It is what it is, man. Somebody give me Proverbs 1. You know I gotta go there. Yeah, go ahead and get it, man.
The book of Sirach, chapter 2 and verse 10.
Bring it out.
Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him?
I want you to read that again. Hold on. Hey, sisters, y'all got time for the Bible today? Bring it out again. Bring it out again.
Sirach chapter 2 and verse 11, 2 and verse 10. Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded?
So I would love to look at the generations of old, but our older generations, they don't trust in the Lord like that.
Right.
They don't know the commandments like that. So we got to look further back than just our mothers and our grandmothers. Because unfortunately, they've cast the words of God behind them in favor of tacos, nachos, and burritos, because they were some pretty big ladies. Oh, that chorizo is killing them every day.
Left of their duties. Deuteronomy 6:7 says you're supposed to teach them diligently to your children.
To your children.
They've abandoned that.
We read that in 4 as well, in verse 9.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be teaching your sons and daughters about this truth.
Now we out here doing
Yeah, but now you got the young men, the mouth of babes, speaking the word of God because our parents are derelict in their duties. They've abandoned the youth, and they ain't got the nerve to turn around and talk shit about it.
you know.
That's why I don't hesitate to remind you elders, we fucked up because you fucked up.
Right. That's right.
It is what it is.
See,
Get it, man. Get it.
the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 10. When my father and my mother forsake me, then the Lord will take me up.
Just because our parents didn't lace us up properly with the scriptures, don't mean the Most High God left us. So that's why the Most High God has teachers on all these corners, because we're not the only brothers over here.
Right.
You got brothers right up the road from IUIC. You got other brothers from ISUPK. You got all types of alphabet Israelite groups all over San Antonio alone. That's why to you blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians who got excuses, talking about you didn't know, man, that shit don't work no more, man. You got too many damn teachers out here to be walking around hand in hand with a damn white woman talking about God said he loved everybody. You got too many teachers. What you got?
Ain't got no excuse.
And get that what you was holding.
That's why I like that saying. There's a saying that says a mistake more than once is a decision.
Yeah, it's a decision.
You can't say you ain't know after you heard it the first time.
Know what you had before. Yeah, I want you to read that again.
Sirach 2 and verse 10. Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him?
No. One of the things that our people often forget is as low as we were brought in slavery, our people never forgot to say, come by here, my Lord. Kumbaya. People don't realize what that means. They were asking the Most High God to pass through and save them. When our people were being lashed by other slaves who were doing it at the bidding of the master, they were praying to God for strength to endure. When they had their children taken from them, they prayed for God to comfort them. The Most High God never forsook us. But you fast forward to today, and our people throw God's words behind them. Somebody give me Psalms 50. Right? Where it says, and thou sayest unto the wicked, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes? Right?
The book of,
No, get it.
the book of Psalm chapter 50 and verse 16.
Bring it up.
But unto the wicked God saith, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction and castest my words behind thee?
So you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians talking about you love God and Jesus. But yet if I ask you how you keep the Sabbath, you ain't got a damn clue. What is it to you to take the covenant of God in your mouth? Why even speak about the Lord when you call upon the Lord and you do not which he says? Yahweh Shai said it himself, why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I tell you? But that is the very nature of the Israelites. And you see that through the entire book, including the Old Testament. They profess to love God, and the first thing they do is they run away from keeping God's commandments. It's a damn shame. You holding anything? Anybody got a precept? We're going to move on. Come on. Can somebody give me Deuteronomy 32 and 15 through 21? And then the other person give me Baruch 3 and 8 through 14.
I got Deuteronomy.
Come on.
You said 13 and 13.
Yes, and go to 21.
Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32, verse 15. But Jeshurun waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxen fat. Thou art grown thick. Thou art covered with fatness. Then he forsook God, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods. With abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto devils, not to God. To gods whom they knew not. To new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not.
And that's exactly what's happening today. Our people have gotten comfortable here in Babylon, and now they cleave unto any god that they see fit. You got brothers walking around here talking about the black woman as God, when the works of the black woman are nothing but destruction in the modern day. Look at the hood. That's the product of the black woman's work.
Right.
All fucked up. But our people have sacrificed unto gods. And if you think our men aren't sacrificing unto these black women, look at some of these brothers who are dying in the streets simply because a black woman was angry at somebody else. And we want to run up in somebody else's face and get shot to pieces. Keep going, bro.
Verse 18. Of the rock that begat thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that formed thee. And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from thee. Salakia. And he said, I will hide my face from them and I will see what their end shall be. For they are a very forward generation, children in whom is no faith.
So the Most High God, he took special offense that he led our people out of Egypt. He destroyed the mightiest nation on the planet, killed their king, completely decimated their army, only for our people to still take it upon themselves to serve other gods. So the Most High God said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn my face from them. I'm going to step back and let their enemies take a crack at them, and we'll see how things turn out. Well, we're living proof that it didn't turn out so well. Because we are in the hands of the white man. The least of the nations have us in their clutches to use us at their discretion. Again, that's why we keep trying to tell our people, how bad does it have to get? Because it can always get worse. And we're about to go into Jacob's trouble. I wish I had brought a book with me. I lent it and somebody stole it from me. Well, they didn't steal it, they lost it. It's a book called Delectable Negro, written by a man named Vincent Woodard. And it talks about the cannibalistic and homoerotic relationship that sprung up between master and slave. And it wasn't just the so-called black man that the white man was eating. He was eating all the Israelite women, men, and children. And in some cases, he would eat us when he had plenty of food available. Like Nat Turner, for instance. A lot of people don't know, after they got done burning and torturing him, they took everything. They cut all the flesh off his body. They took his bones home. Somebody even took his phallus home. For those of y'all who don't know what a phallus is, think lower, and yeah, that thing, right?
They made oil out of his
The fat, yeah. They made.
That sounds like that's where they got that movie from Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
He had everything. He was rich, man. Just a serial killer. They hated him.
Yeah.
Right.
So everybody knows, well, I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of people know wrestlers, right? The wrestler named Hunter Hearst Helmsley, right? Triple H. Most people don't know that name Triple H comes from a man named his name is something Holmes. It's like H.H. Holmes. I remember his initials, but H.H. Holmes was a rich man back in the early 1900s, and he bought a 3-story hotel, and he made his money selling medical skeletons. What people don't know is, you know, the Barber of Deville, that story of the barber cutting people's throats?
Oh, yeah.
That's who that's
Sweeney.
about. Sweeney Todd.
Yeah.
It's about that H.H. Holmes guy. He would cut their necks, and then he would have a trap door that would take them to the basement of his hotel, where he would bleach their bones and cut the flesh away and sell the skeleton to schools. That's how he made his money. Because to get an anatomically accurate medical skeleton is very expensive, even more so when it's made out of real bones. But if you have an unending supply of witless fools coming to be sacrificed, well, you're basically printing money. That's how the white man views things. See, our people don't understand the wickedness that they're surrounded by. But this has only happened because we refuse to keep God's laws. Keep going, brother.
Verse 21. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people, and I will provoke them to anger with the foolish nation.
Read 22.
For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn unto the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains.
So that's how angry God was with his people. That he put us in the hands of the most depraved people on the planet, the so-called white man. Foolishness. But that only happened because we refused to keep God's commandments. Over and over and over again, until the Most High God said, you know what, the hell with it. I'm sending the worst of the worst. I'm sending the same man who can't be trusted around his children or his dogs. See that Freaknik video they had in the 90s? With all our sisters out there shaking their ass? It should have been the white man. Because ain't nobody freakier than him.
Right.
And most people don't even know twerking came because of the white man. He told our sisters to shake it up. Most of our people don't even know that the white man used to ride your sisters like a horse. Legitimate. He would sit on her lower back, because you know our sisters, they be gifted like that. He would sit on their lower back, and our sisters had to walk around with the white man sitting on their ass.
Sarah Barton.
I'm sorry?
Sarah Barton.
What about it?
Sarah Barton? Oh, she was the lady.
Oh yeah. They was raping her, put in the zoo. Yeah, she's talking about the
full-figure woman like you said.
Yeah, she was.
And they would just rape her. They put her into the human circus.
Hey,
Because of her body. And then when she died, they embalmed her and kept the body. It was
They would sit a monkey on her behind her because that's how blessed she was. Just to show that, right? And they would take turns on her. She died from different sexual transmitted disease. That's how she died. She died excruciating pain. In the Netherlands, they still celebrate her death, and they carve a cake out into the form of her body, and the head of a white man dressed in blackface will play as her crying because all she did was cry, you know, for the raping, cheating on their wives and stuff like that. They don't.
Those old ball
People are
dresses
not
where you see it's like it's bubbled out and it's like shaky in the back. Came from her. They took the design of her shape
Right.
and made those dresses after her.
Right. You can pull
learn
it up.
something new, man.
She was like 23 years old, bro.
Not knowing this history is why our people love the oppressor.
Say that to the camera, man.
Not knowing this history,
Say that.
the fact that you gotta dig and look for this stuff and it's hidden, it's not taught in schools. That's why people love the oppressor so much, man, because they don't know how damn wicked the oppressor is.
Go ahead, hold that.
That's what it comes down to at the end of the day, bro.
So, can you read this in the NLT? Read 21. It's Deuteronomy 32.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 21.
Bring it out. The NLT.
That's the right side.
And
They have roused by jealousy by worshiping things that are not God. They have provoked my anger with their useless idols.
couple minutes. Okay, what tribe y'all come from in the Bible? Do you know?
Say it again.
What tribe you come from in the Bible, sister?
I don't know what tribe I
We'll
think.
come learn. We can tell you that.
And now that I don't have time for.
See? Man. See, again, we ask our people, they don't understand. They're being marked, man. See, saying that you always have time for the Bible and it's written on your heart, but then I ask you what tribe you come from and you draw a blank, apparently it's not written on your heart.
Right.
Apparently you don't know what you're talking about. Let's be real about it. That's one thing that has to come back amongst black people. We got to start being real with each other. If you don't know something, somebody needs to tell you, brother or sister, you ought to be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about. And it's only fair that that happened like that because she wasn't even supposed to acknowledge me. The man was. Out of order from the beginning.
Come.
I've said it before. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm the worst brother you want to run into out here. I don't give a fuck.
Second verse.
Shit, I'm going to go in. I'm going to let you know where you're slipping up at if I can see it. We're going to get it. Get that in the NLT one more time, and then this brother's going to read Hosea 4 and 6.
This is the book of Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 21 in
Bring
the
it up.
NLT. They have roused my jealousy by worshiping things that are not God. They have provoked my anger with their useless idols. Now I will rouse their jealousy through a people who are not even a people. I will provoke their anger through the foolish Gentiles.
So the Most High God, we provoked him to jealousy by worshiping other gods. Gods that cannot hear, speak, or even answer our prayers. So the Most High God said, you know what? One turn of foul play deserves another. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make you jealous with the lowest people on the planet. So what do we have now? We got those people over in Israel today sucking baby phalluses, talking about they're the children of God. And see, and I was hoping to run into an Amalekite out here, because I brought my fucking bazooka scriptures out the Talmud. I'm gonna make a nigga angry today if they stop, boy. I'm waiting on it.
Coming to Talmud scholar, huh?
Shit,
Yeah.
boy, I'm waiting on it. All you gotta do is just look it up online. I'm gonna tell you, man. I don't. They make sure that the what is it? The Talmud, the Gemara, the Halakha, all them different books. You can't just get those books. See, they don't think there's any real knowledge in this book. They didn't realize it said that there are people saying there are Jews and they're not. They didn't realize that.
And you can go online free PDFs. And a lot of that stuff is online for free.
Yeah.
PDF wise.
I'm gonna give you even one better. Not only is it PDF, it's on a government-sponsored website, the Internet Archive website. I'll send it to you. Almost every book that you can possibly look for is on there, and a lot of times they'll have it in every format: EPUB, Kindle, PDF, whatever flavor you need. Sometimes they even just have it in text. So if you got a phone or something that can't display pictures, you could just have it in text, right? But what we're saying is there's no excuses. There's too many venues to get this information. And Brother Asael brought it out. If our people only knew the history of these damn oppressors, they wouldn't love them so much. But because our people don't read, guess what? They love anybody who opens their arms and says, let's be friends. Sister, you got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
I got Bible.
What tribe you come from in it? Yeah, that's your denomination of Christianity. I'm talking about what tribe you come from.
I mean,
You remember Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
yeah.
You remember Jacob had 12 sons, the Israelites? Are you one of them? What's your father?
But Jesus.
Well, I mean, what's your earthly father? Is he like Cuban, Mexican?
Oh, he's Mexican.
Mexican? So, the Mexican people are Israelites from the tribe of Issachar. Issachar in the Hebrew means he who was hired. Who are the hardest working people on the planet, sister? Now, I'm going to say this to my camera. If somebody told me I was an Israelite and told me what tribe I came from, I would make time. But because our people think God ain't going to do nothing to them, they think they got all the time in the world. But now that you know you're an Israelite, you're a knowing servant. And knowing servants get beaten with many stripes.
That's right.
Rejecting the truth.
Read Ezekiel 9 when you get home, if you think I'm bullshit. Ezekiel 9 should make your blood run cold. I say that every other Saturday. Most of our people don't understand the terribleness of the Most High God. That's why they think they got time. Most High God will have your damn car folded up around one of these damn highway posts. About half a year ago, brothers from GMS released a video of a brother being pinned within his Tesla as it burned him to death. And you got to hear him screaming for help from his brother for over 2 minutes while he burned to death, on fire, completely engulfed. A brother. Screaming out to his brother to help him. He was celebrating his birthday. You see how God worked?
What camp that was?
In GMS. They released videos of that. I'll put it in the chat when I get home. I still watch it today. Whenever I feel myself getting a little cold or going off a little bit, I watch that video and I hear that brother screaming. You can even see him. He's trying to pry his leg out of the door, and he can't get anything open. So he just has to sit there and burn.
What pops in your head? They dabbing the business.
Yeah.
Same thing. Nobody can stop them.
Nobody.
That scares me. That's
This
just
other
scary.
lady in New York that just got burned up.
Yeah, and she just stood there. Did you see the video?
Yeah, she was still alive and moving and burning. I was like, yo,
It was creepy.
crazy to do about it. She cops were doing nothing.
The cop walked by, he radioed a little bit, and you ain't see another cop for like about 3 minutes. And that lady, she just stood there and burned to death. She ain't cry out or nothing. See, our people, they gonna find out in these days, man. God ain't playing.
They say he's bringing fire.
Hey, somebody get that for me in Sirach, the teeth of wild beasts and fire and the sword, are for the wicked. Ain't that in the 28, 23, I think? Yeah, I got you. I was like, what you handed me this for? It's my bad. Not bad. Hold on, let me get it. It's not 28, it's not 30 something. I think it's... No. Can somebody give me Sirach 12 and 6? Right? And it's like the teeth of wild beasts.
Want that now?
What, the teeth of wild beasts? Oh yeah,
Mark chapter 12, verse 6. For the Most High hated sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment.
See, a lot of our people don't understand. They're making sure that that day of punishment is going to suit them just fine. Because they don't even want to become familiar with how to properly serve God. That's why that sister, she said, you know what? I read the Bible all the time. Our people pass by us like they're Bible scholars.
Right.
And then you ask them what tribe they come from, and you see them, they blank out and turn to Bismarck key and start beatboxing and shit. See, and our people, they'll be damn across the street looking back at us because we're a spectacle. But they'll hear these scriptures and they'll go, damn, I've never heard that before. And yet they'll never inquire. Yeah, because they get cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me that sharper than any two-edged sword. Right? Ain't that Hebrews? It's either Hebrews or Ephesians. I think it's Hebrews.
He even says, help
See, and here's the thing. Brother Makia bringing out something very mighty, because in the days to come, man, I'm going to tell you, if you're trying to go to the men of the Lord and ask for help, we're going to be like, hey, what's God's name? And when you start fumbling and bumbling, we're going to send your ass up the street. Get on out of here. It is what it is. Yeah, it's 39 and 30. I thought it was 33. Right? Because what we're talking about is we're talking about the judgments of the Most High God. And we're trying to tell our people to come out of this world. Stop consorting your enemy for knowledge. Stop going to your oppressor so that they can raise you up. Again, I turn around, I see a Jake with a fat white woman, man. You cannot make this shit up. You cannot make it up, man. But that's why our people are destroyed. And it's for a lack of knowledge. Right? But go ahead and get that whenever y'all got some free stuff. You trying to get that PS5? Yeah, sharpen into it.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 4 and verse 12. For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of a soul and spirit, and of joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart.
See, a lot of our people, they come up here professing themselves to be God-believing, Jesus-serving Christians. But you inquire a little bit with the Word of God, and you see they full of shit. Don't know nothing about the Bible, don't know who God is, don't know His name, don't even know where to get fed the Scriptures. Y'all got time for the Bible today, a couple minutes? Sure. Sure? All praises, man. How you doing today, brother? Doing great, man. Doing God's work. So we're out here to spread the Word. I want to ask you, what tribe do you go back to in the Bible? Ancestors. Okay, we'll help you out. We'll help you out. So, are you familiar with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Okay, you know the 12 sons of Jacob, right? The Israelites. Okay, I have a question. Who are those people today? Okay. I have a question. Are y'all Mexican by chance? Is your dad Mexican? Is he Hispanic? Okay, so he's Mexican. He's just like second generation immigrant or third? Okay. And you too, sister? Mexican? Okay. Well, I mean, but are you Mexican, black? So are you Native American? No. Okay. Well, we're out here to reach blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Because for the Mexican people in particular, don't y'all pave all the roads, you build all the buildings, you cook all the food? What does the white man turn around and call you? Lazy. He calls you a wetback, the same way he calls me a nigger. What if I told you that's in the Bible and that's going to happen to the Israelites? Brother, you are from the tribe of Issachar. You are an Israelite. Issachar in the Hebrew means he who is hired. That's why I had to frame it. Y'all do all this work. As a matter of fact, is this your wife? Don't you have to tell him to stop working? Come eat. Stop working on the car. Stop landscaping. Stop cutting grass. Yeah, you probably from Issachar as well. So I'm gonna tell you, and I say this to my camera, and I say it with happiness. I hate working with Mexicans. You know why? You make me look bad. Without trying. You work a 60-hour work week, and you be like, shit, I'm gonna go home and work. But what if I told you that's the gift God put in you? Because this sign here, we're all supposed to be one family. If all these people were together, do you think that the white man could brand you an illegal alien and ship you back to Mexico with your brothers beside you? No. Do you think that the white man could have put the black man in slavery with the Mexican people and the Puerto Rican people beside us? No. So I have a question. Why are we in this lowest state where the white man runs Mexico, he runs America, he runs Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South America, he runs the earth? How is that possible? We're going to show you. Give me Deuteronomy. We're going to start with the basics. 28:15.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Read the next verse.
Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field.
When you leave your house, brother, don't you always worry? It's in the back of your mind that a cop might pull you over and things just might go downhill from there. I'm going to tell you who worries more about that than you do. She does. Because she knows how white men view you. They view you as a threat. What if I told you that you're cursed in the city and the field? When you start a business, how hard do you have to work just to make enough to pay your rent? Hard. Do you work harder than white people? Yes. You got to do 10 times as much to get 10 times less than they do. He's going to read 37. Because the fact that you believe that you were Mexican when you're from the tribe of Issachar, is the name God gives you better than the name that the Spanish conquistador gives you? Would you rather be named by God or a white man? Named by God. God called you Issachar. Go ahead and get that.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 37.
Bring it up.
And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whether the Lord shall lead thee.
So we've become basically names, like, to insult somebody. Like I said, they called us the N-word. Get that in Acts 13 and 1. What if I told you the N-word's in the Bible?
Hard R.
With the hard R. It's in there. And can you get that for me, Acts 13 and 1 in the NLT? Because did you know in America, before about around the 1600s, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, we were all called black or Negro. They know who we are, brother. We don't know who we are, but that's why your teachers are here to remind you. Get that for me when you got it. Yeah, get
The
it.
book of Acts chapter 13 and verse 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called nigger.
Called what?
Nigger.
That's Latin for black. These are the original Christians. During that time, weren't they just Israelites, the Jews? So why would they call them Christians if they were Israelites? Because to be a Christian means to follow Christ. But the thing is, though, Christ was a hated figure of the Roman Empire. Because you got to remember, who are the Romans? The same white people that are here today. So you got to understand that they were calling us these names, these proverbs and bywords all throughout history. Right? He's going to get it in the NLT.
The book of Acts chapter 13, verse 1 in the NLT. Among the prophets and teachers of the church at Antioch of Syria were Barnabas and Simeon, called the black man.
So they're called the black man. So what we're trying to tell you is blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we are God's chosen people.
That's right.
And we are in a lower state because we have not kept God's commandments. Do you have people in your family that are in prison?
No, none of the ones but background before
In and out. Yeah, the same with my family. You too. But what if I told you that that is in the Bible? Now, this is to my camera. More times than not, our people don't believe that the story of the Israelites mimics what happens to us today. But then you read in Ecclesiastes chapter 1 that there's no new thing under the sun. If there's no new thing under the sun, then what's happening of old to the Israelites should be happening today. Go ahead and get that one. 42 and 22. Yeah.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 42 and verse 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for prey, and none delivereth, for a spoil, and none saith restore.
So, the real Israelites are hid in prison houses. How many times have you had to talk to a loved one over the phone or through that one-way or the two-way glass? If it's real bad, you get the one-way glass where you can see them but they can't see you. That's what happens to the Israelites, brother. But it's all because we haven't kept God's commandments. So how many commandments are there? Get you to 5, Sean. You say 10? 10 commandments? What if I told you there's 613 commandments? I know. And neither were we. I have a question. If you had to play Monopoly, could you win if you didn't know the rules? No, right? So if you got to know the rules to win the game, isn't it the same for serving God? You got to know how to serve God in order to serve God. Give me 1 John chapter 2, sir, and hold verse 4. All right, this brother's going to read something very, very straightforward to you. Because what if I told you, because the white man knows who you are, he knows if he can get you to sin, it allows him to rule over you. You go prove it.
It's the book of Judah, chapter 5 and verse 17.
Bring it out.
And whilst they sinned not before their God, they prospered, because that God, the God that hated iniquity, was with them. But when they departed from the way which he appointed them, they were destroyed in many battles, very sore, and led captives into a land that was not theirs.
Doesn't that sound familiar? Because guess what? The native people here in Canada, America, South America, Mexico, y'all are not originally from here. This brother is about to read to you how your people got here. We're going to finish this. Can you get that in 2nd Ezra chapter 13?
Then I want to show us something modern.
Yeah, go ahead and show it. Yeah, it's just a picture.
It's just a proof that the man knows who you guys are, because there's a city in Mexico called Israel, right? This is right outside of Mexico City. So you right in the map. See, that's Mexico City. And Issachar is right here. So they know who you guys are. They just don't teach you to.
As a matter of fact, part of the prophecy of Issachar is that he would be a strong donkey, crouching down between two birds. This brother in the spirit. But what's the animal for the Mexican people? The burro. And when you see the burro on the picture, what does he have on him? The saddle with the 2 satchels on each side, crouching down between 2 birds.
This is Genesis chapter 49 and verse 14.
Bring it out.
Issachar is a strong ass, couching between 2 burdens. So burdens is America, South America, Mexicans, y'all in between them, right? So
Yeah, finish that.
Let's skip down to verse 20. It says, Now therefore, my Lord and governor, if there be any error in this people, and they sin against their God, let us consider that this shall be their ruin, and let us go up, and we shall overcome them. But if there be no iniquity in their nation, let my Lord now pass by, lest their Lord defend them, and their God before them, and we become a reproach before all the world.
So the person saying this, his name is Akiu. He's an Ammonite, or what you would call today a Japanese man. And he's saying this to all the other heathens. If you read Psalms 83, it gives you a laundry list of all God's enemies, and they are the heathen. What he's telling the heathen is before you try to go against these people, you need to know, have they sinned or not? Because if they sin, they're all ours. But if they're keeping God's commandments and there's no sin, you're going to get defeated. Because he told them that, they wanted to kill Akiu for that. Because he basically told them it's up to God whether you win or lose. And they were godless pagans. So that's going to anger them, because guess what? Do you think God is the God of the whole world? Or is he the God of only the Israelites? Now what if I told you God's only dealing with us? And I can prove it. Before you leave here today, I can prove that your God is literally your God. And no one else's. Somebody give me you know what I want, Joel 2:27, and then give me verse 32.
This is the book of Joel, chapter 2 and verse 27. and ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed.
You heard that, brother. He said that he's our God and none else.
That's right.
Now you're seeing why it's so important to know if you're an Israelite or not. Now I know you might be saying, well, how do you know that only blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are the Israelites? I'm not saying it's just us. We're all over the earth. Have you ever heard of something called the Road of Silver? No? Okay. In Mexico, y'all have a group of people called Chinos, right? Yeah, aren't they like Asian and Mexican mixed people? Yes, they are. Where'd they come from? The Philippines and China, mainly the Philippines. It's something called the Ruta de la Plata. The Spanish had a triangle trade between Mexico and the Philippines. And they were taking our Mexican brothers to the Philippines. That's why you run into Filipino people. And don't they have last names like Rodriguez, Fuentes, Valdez, Lopez? Those are all Spanish last names because they are your people. That's why a lot of times they do the same dances. They do the same songs. They make the same food. Hell, they even act like niggas just like us. They even look the same. Sometimes I'm like, you Mexican? They're like, I'm Filipino. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. But it's because we're the same people, right? Go ahead and get what I got you home real quick. Give me First Chronicles. As a matter of fact, just read it from my phone. Larry, bam. 32. 12.
Book of First Chronicles, chapter 12, verse 32. And of the children of Issachar,
That's you.
which were men that had understanding of the times, to know what Israel ought to do. The heads of them were 200, and all their brethren were at their commandment.
So they had knowledge of the times. How do you approximate the seasons and the times if you didn't have a clock? Okay. What if you didn't have a calendar or a clock or a phone or any type of technology? And then you know winter and fall by how high the sun gets in the sky. And then you know the winter solstice, summer solstice. Yeah, the stars in the sky. That's what you guys did. Now, what did you guys produce when you were the Azteca? That tells us that you had the understanding of the signs. The Aztec calendar, the most accurate calendar ever produced by a civilization in the world. That was made by your people. Why? We just read it. Y'all were the people that we would consult when the Most High God had signs in heaven. We would come to the tribe of Issachar to give us the lowdown on what to do. This is one way that we know who you are, brother. And I'm gonna get even more granular with it, right? I'm a so-called black man from the tribe of Judah.
Right.
In the Hebrew, it means Yahweh. Yahweh means God's praise. How do you praise God, brother? What do you do when you want to praise God?
Normally we're not like when I pray here,
All
somewhere
praises.
like secret, like back around.
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's Matthew 6 is what you're talking about. Yeah, you're supposed to pray in your closet, but that's prayer. I'm talking about if you want to be joyful to the Lord, how do you do it? You sing, you dance, right? Now, who are the best singers and dancers on the planet? Oh, come on, man. We the best black people, man. Look, y'all the hardest workers, but we the best dancers and singers, man. I don't want to hear that. No, sir. You are not taking that from us. No, sir, Issachar, not today.
You trying to fat yours.
This dude tried to, nah, man, we taking that back. But you see it's in the name, right? All of us have talents and gifts. And when we're separate, we're not effective. But when we're together, you can't be stopped. Now, can you get me Deuteronomy 28? I believe it's verse 23, where it says that you'll go before your enemies one way and you'll scatter seven. How much more time y'all got? Because I don't want to use all your time.
We got a couple.
Okay, all praises, all praises, all praises.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28. You are scattered.
Give me 25. 25.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, and verse 25.
Bring it out.
The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth.
So, we go before our enemy, the so-called White Man United. Remember Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Black and Brown Panthers, the Chicanos. They came together to help black people. Our Mexican brothers, Puerto Rican brothers, etc. How did that help or work out for us? It did, but didn't we integrate with the white man? Because I live in New Braunfels, and I live in a predominantly so-called Mexican community. But guess who's in that community trying to force the people out? So-called white people. And as a matter of fact, most black people can't even move into that neighborhood because they would have to move all the way from San Antonio or Austin to come to New Braunfels. And most of our people are poor. So what you're seeing is that we go before our enemies united, and it doesn't help us, right? Can you give me 46? Yeah, give me Deuteronomy 28 and 46. Yeah, I'm gonna have this brother get it. Can you get me? You know what? Get me. So I have a question. Do you know what the Messiah actually looks like? Because I know you see that right there.
I don't know what he looks like, but I haven't read it in the Bible myself, but in the church that we go, like the pastor brought it up that it's not a white man, it's colored.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're going to read it to you before you go, so you'll walk away knowing that not only what Christ looks like, but what if I told you the Bible tells you what God looks like? And that's only 2 chapters over. No, it's 3. Yeah, that's Revelation 4. He's going to read it for you in just a second. But go ahead and get this, Deuteronomy 28 and 46.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Because thou serve not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things.
So I have a question, brother. When you have a sign, what is the sign meant to do? Is it to tell you information? If it's a stop sign, warning sign. So the curses that we're talking about in Deuteronomy 28, they're upon the Israelites for a sign. It's to let everybody know these are the real Israelites. Right. That's why I can't go by how you look, because there's some white folks living in trailer parks. Last time I checked, they mighty poor in them trailer parks. But what if I told you a lot of them go back to our people? They just kept having children with white women until they just look white. Because look on this sign, brother. You see this man right here? That man is Jason Kidd. His father's a so-called black man. He's one of the best supporting guards in NBA history. And the white man tries to claim him as their own. But they don't understand that he comes from a black man. The same thing with this man here, Blake Griffin. He comes from a Haitian, but he looks like a white man. So it's about your seed line of your father, as it says in Numbers 1 and 18. But we're going to get this real quick, because I see y'all got to go. Get Revelations 1 and 14.
It's the book of Revelations, chapter 1 and verse 14.
Bring it up.
His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow.
Who has woolly hair? Hair like a sheep, like this. Yeah, black people, right? Keep going. Now, and as we're describing this, does it match up with this? Obviously not.
3 strikes, he's out.
And his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace.
Are your feet the same color as the rest of your body? Well, I mean the tops of your feet. They might be a little lighter, more or less, but they're still the same color. Well, his feet were as like fine brass. Brass is that color. After it had been burnt in a furnace. So Christ looked like Wesley Snipes. Now, I have a question. How often do you hear the depiction of Christ in your church? You said your pastor talked about it, but most churches, they never talk about that.
See his image.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Read that last part, though. There's a little bit more.
And his voice as the sound of many waters.
What are black people known for being in public? Are we known for being quiet or loud? Yeah, so it just said he had a voice of many waters. So let me get this straight. You got a man who's darkly melanated like my bag back there. He's got hair like wool. He's got red eyes because the whites of his eyes are red because he drank wine while he was here, right? And he's got darkly colored skin, and he's got the voice of many waters. So he was a loud black man who got hung on a cross. What did they call that when they were hanging our people on crosses when they came over here? They called that a lynching, didn't they? So they lynched a black man? Wait, so Jesus Christ was a lynched black man? Now you're starting to see that all of our people need this information. Because you are a blood relative to Yahushua. That's his real name. His real name is not Jesus. The letter J did not exist 500 years ago. His name is Yahushua, right? So we are the blood relatives of Christ.
Right, right.
Now that's 3 strikes. Now, don't sons look like their fathers? Yes, give me Revelations 4.
The book of Revelation, chapter 4, and verse 2. Started 2?
Start.
Okay. This book of Revelation, chapter 4, and verse 2.
Get up.
And immediately I was in the Spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone.
Y'all know what a sardine stone looks like? Well, I'm gonna grab it right now too. I want to show you what a sardine stone looks like. This is the color of a sardine stone. See those 2 rocks right there? You know people in your family that color. I'm gonna show you as well, sister. See those 2 stones? Very, very richly brown, almost mahogany colored stones. And he has hair of the pure wool. So let me guess, God is a black man. So why are we treated like we're dirty? Maybe because God don't love everybody like that. We just read it. And we're going to read it in 2 other places before you go. So I'm going to get you an Old Testament and a New Testament premise to show God only loves the Israelites. And somebody give me Amos 3. It started at 1. And then, where do we want?
Okay.
And give me Romans 9. And I promise that'll be it. Right? That'll be it.
Yeah.
Unless y'all got more time. Because we're going to read till y'all leave. I'm going to be real with you, man.
Amos 3 reading.
Yeah, we're going to keep reading too.
Amos 3 what?
3 and starting 1.
The book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 1. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
Reread that part again.
You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
So, he's only dealing with us. Remember how I told you, y'all pave all these roads, y'all do all that work, and yet y'all are still being called lazy in your own country. Y'all are still being branded aliens in your homeland. And it's not just Texas, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Nevada. All those lands are yours. But who owns them now? White people. And they took it from you. They literally just said, oh yeah, we're here now, it's ours. And if you don't like it, come kill us for it. So you need to understand, this is where your history comes. Right? As a matter of fact, yeah, get that, man. I almost forgot. Get
Book
that.
of 2 Ezra, chapter 13, verse 40. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Osea, the king, whom Salmanassar, the king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters.
Slow down. So, are you familiar with the kingdom of Israel splitting into southern and northern kingdom? It's split in 2. Okay, cool. So the southern kingdom, they remained and they stayed. They went into slavery to the Babylonians, and then they went into slavery to the Medes and the Persians, right? But what about the 10 tribes that were gone? They were taken by the Assyrians into slavery. After y'all were taken into slavery while they were fighting their enemies, y'all took counsel among your elders and said, you know what? Let's go serve God in a place where we won't be interrupted. That's what he's reading to you now. Keep going, brother.
And so came they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow place of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there were a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. And the same region is called Azareth.
So when y'all came over here, this land was called Arsareth, right? You play any video games? No? Okay, well, there used to be a game called, there used to be a game called World of Warcraft. And they called the main map for the so-called good guys Azeroth. They got that from Arsareth. Again, the only people who don't know who the Israelites are the Israelites.
That's right.
Everybody else knows who we are. As a matter of fact, I'll go a step further. You know Star Wars? who are the so-called good guys in Star Wars? The Jedi, right? You know what Jedi means? Judah. The Yehudi. That's how they say it in modern Hebrew, right? Or Yahweh, as we say in the Paleo, the real Hebrew, right? That's just to show you they know who the Israelites are. Because what can the Jedi do? They can do all types of stuff. Swordplay, they got telekinesis, all types of stuff. Superpowers. I have a question. When you read Marvel comics, who do you think they're talking about? Familiar with King David? Didn't King David kill tens of thousands by himself? Yes, he did. What's Superman known for doing? Being able to kill tens of thousands by himself. How about the Flash? Ain't he known for running super fast? Remember Elijah when he outran that chariot? And that was after he called rain down from heaven. All these comics, all these movies where they show superheroes, whether they're men or women, no matter what they make them look like, they're stealing it from your story. And it's because we don't know our story. We go to these movies and we're like, man, this movie is so cool. I want to bring my kids and my relatives. Not understanding, you could be just as enthusiastic reading the Bible if you knew those were your people. Right? But brother, if y'all got more time, come back and see us, man. My name is Haya L. I'm going to give you a flyer before you go, all right? Of course, man. There you go. Of course, man. You too, you too. Of course.
We out here every weekend, brother.
At 2. Somebody give me Deuteronomy 7 and 6. You know that? As a matter of fact, let's mix it up. Get Deuteronomy 14 and 2. Say the same damn thing.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 14, and verse 2.
Bring it out.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God, and the Lord hath chosen thee to be a peculiar people unto himself, above all nations that are upon the earth.
It sounds good when you hear it somewhere else in the Bible. It sounds just as good as it do in Deuteronomy 7 and 6. You know what I'm saying? See, and again, I tip my cap to that, brother. So, oh, come on, sister, damn. I can't. Okay, to my camera.
Hell no.
I'm trying to be better. I'm trying.
Well, it might not be. Maybe it might not be what we think it is.
Yeah, we might be wrong. We might be wrong.
I hope we are. For her sake, I hope we are.
Y'all got time for the Bible today?
We always have time for the Bible.
Okay, what tribe y'all come from in the Bible? Do you know?
What tribe?
What tribe?
I don't know.
So what if I were to tell you, sister, you're an Israelite, like you're from the tribe of Judah if your father's a black man?
My tribe is black.
You're an Israelite, sister.
I believe that.
Okay, what if I had to tell you that he's an Edomite?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like the tribe of Judah.
It's not, because he's not an Israelite.
How do you know that?
Because if his father's a so-called white man, he goes back to the tribe of Edom. The same people who put your people in slavery.
That's right.
Terrible.
I know, it's terrible. And sister, I mean no offense, I have to wonder, what is it that drew you to your slave master?
Wow. Well, he's not my slave master. He's
Right.
actually my husband.
I know.
Who I'm happy with.
Wrong.
I called it too. I called it.
I try to give you the benefit of the
I
doubt.
know. You're an Israelite sister. And in these days, cooning ain't gonna help. Cooning is not gonna help.
You come back to your people, sister.
And this dude knows what his people did to us. The rapings, the burnings, the lynchings, and got the audacity to get one of our sisters. One of our foolish sisters at that.
Can I read Isaiah 14?
And hold on, I got one more thing. And that weave you put in your head is giving you fucking tumors. Because it's made out of petroleum-based products. As we said earlier, that's why we can't go to our elders. They're too busy getting dicked down by micro penises than to come over here and teach their children.
Wow.
I told you, I'm the brother you don't want to run into, because I'm going to the heart of it. I ain't got time to sit there and deal with you all nice and friendly like. Because she knows that man has lost his temper and called her nigger before.
No, for real.
She knows it.
They probably be doing the race play.
Yeah, and you know
Right,
what?
role play, huh?
Brother Adalia just said it. She probably like it.
And she the house nigga.
Get me smitten with madness. Get me smitten with madness in Deuteronomy 28. See, most of our people don't understand, man. The shit that we've been through as a people, it has broken us to the point where a sister will proudly say her slave master is her husband.
You saw what she said when you said that he know what he did? She says, nah, like he didn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. That same sister, she'll say, I don't get with black men because black men, they abuse women, they call us bitches and whores, and they do all these horrible things. Well, how can we be worse than the person who taught us how to do that?
But I expect the black men to deal with the black woman who does those same things. And we deal with our sisters.
It's madness.
We deal with our sisters, though.
And I hope that white man is incensed enough to come up here and talk to me so I can embarrass his ass.
Well, he definitely had more sense.
No. He was walking away. He was like, I don't want any of this.
Yeah.
Now I'm talking about the one down there. He was looking at me until I looked at him and he gonna look away.
Oh, no, they cowards.
It's like, I hope you come up here so I can bring out all these damn books I bring. I bring these books explicitly to show the white man how damn devilish he is. See, one of the things that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians you gonna learn in these days is you cooning and buck dancing for the white man ain't gonna save you. At all. The white man ain't got the juice no more, y'all. Just in case you ain't got the news flash. All his allies are turning on him. All his enemies are saying we about to bomb the hell out of y'all. When you go in HEB, you're paying more and more every week. And that's because your trade agreements as a nation are falling through. And if you ain't got good trade agreements with Mexico, which is a adjacent neighbor to America, how much worse is it when you start going around the earth? Again, that's why I keep saying that to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who don't understand who their enemies are by now, you're about to be given a lesson. You're about to be given an explicit lesson, and it's going to cost you your life and the lives of your children. See, I love that look that white people give us when they hear us telling the truth, knowing how damn bloodthirsty they are as they walk up and down stolen land, raping children, raping animals, and destroying the earth. And I dare you to say I'm wrong, and I can just point to the shit water that we preach next to. See, everybody gets real silent, real uncomfortable when the slave master is directly addressed. But get used to it. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Do you? See, again, when the judgment truly starts to go out, because now everybody's wondering what all these lights and these orbs and these drones are doing. But wait until they're not sitting there anymore. See, eventually they're going to receive orders too. And that's when you're going to see the angel of the Most High God light this place up. And the white man's going to show you just how feeble he really is. But anyway, what you got? Yeah, go ahead and get it, man.
It's the book of Galatians, chapter 4, and verse 16.
Bring it up.
Am I therefore become your enemy because I tell you the truth?
Is that it? Yeah. Cool. So our sister, she's going to be thinking, man, them brothers were out of pocket. But I could hold up picture after picture after picture of them hanging our people, burning our people, using them as target practice. I can bring out books that detail how the white man used to eat us like a delicacy. But yet, we're your enemy because we bring out the dirt on your slave master, not even on you.
You mentioned that you heard what she said. She said, yeah, that's a tragedy. Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah.
You know, talking about what happened.
That was straight mockery. That's all.
It's just sad. It's a tragedy.
You know what?
We shouldn't do nothing about it.
I'm going to say this about blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, especially our women. It's always a damn tragedy or a statistic until it happens to them. Then we're supposed to assemble and come together like fucking Voltron and defend them from their slave master that they willingly lay in bed with. It's always a joke until they're burying their level, until they can't pay their rent because the white man gave them the pink slip before rent was due. All of a sudden, it's not a joke anymore. Somebody give me Proverbs 1. And then somebody else give me Sirach 12 and 10.
I got Proverbs 1.
All praises. 21?
1 and 21?
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 1, verse 21.
Yeah.
She crieth in the chief place of concourse, or concourse, in the opening of the gates. In the city she uttereth her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones? will ye love simplicity, and the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge.
Fools what?
Fools hate knowledge.
And this is a rhetorical question, right? Because God knows exactly how long, and that's until that judgment hit their ass. Then all of a sudden, they got all the time in the world. They want to read any book you can recommend. But before the judgment, they can't be bothered. I don't have time. I'm going to pretend like I don't hear you. I'm ashamed of my own people. I'm hugged up with my white husband. See, that sister's about to see the white man's real colors. She's going to have a front row seat to seeing her husband become desperate enough to eat flesh. Think about that. I watched a video before I came to camp and it was a compilation of Edomites eating raw meat for Christmas. Now I'm talking about having a whole spread of raw steaks, raw shanks, raw meat.
Where did you watch that?
Brother from GMS put it up. And they ate it without seasoning. Some things never change. Hey, it is what it is. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Y'all got time for the Bible? All right, I'll say it.
You know what that reminds me of? That dude, what's his name? That say he King David, that dude, shit.
Brother Tobias, I know you're talking about. Oh my God, that nigga, man. That nigga, boy. And we gonna bring out Isaiah 66 for that. What you just said, Brother Dahlia. That brother proudly eats pork. He talking about he gonna rebrand Christmas to Yahushua Day, or was that Thanksgiving? Either way.
He didn't read that part of the Bible. He said where it said, "Who can make straight what I made crooked?"
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Not a
You
one.
ain't reading the Bible, bro.
What?
Yeah, at all. That's Isaiah 66:17.
Yeah, go ahead, get it.
The book of Matthew, chapter 7, and verse 21.
Bring it out.
Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father, which is in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name? And in thy name cast out devils? And in thy name done many wonderful works? And then I will profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity.
See, many of our people who think that they're in good standing with Jesus Christ, they don't have the first inclination to know what Christ requires of them. Because if I ask our people, how do they keep the Sabbath? Do you know? Should you celebrate Christmas or Passover? Do you know? What's the real name of God? Do you know? What's the real name of Jesus? Do you know?
They don't even consider.
Don't even consider, and that's Isaiah 1 and 3. Not only do they not consider, they don't even care until Big Mama's laid up in the hospital. All of a sudden, let's call the church and come together. Let's have a prayer circle. Not understanding, you're not supposed to pray in public. So you double down on being stupid and wicked. Out of desperation, when all you had to do was set aside 30 seconds to get put on track. Yeah, and they're praying to a white man because they think, see, they don't understand God in Christ, he has standards. So you can't just live a life of wickedness and then turn around and go, hey, God, where you at? As a matter of fact, let's prove that. Give me that in Proverbs. 1 and 20. Yeah, there's more in there.
Look at Proverbs chapter 1,
Start reading
verse
that
20.
Got time for the Bible study? All right. If you're native Hispanic, just know you're an Israelite. All right. Keep the laws of God.
Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh.
See, most of y'all don't realize your damn life is an episode of the Three Stooges to the Most High. You proud, you want to do what you want to do until you get jammed up, and then all of a sudden you're crying for God like your damn light's about to get cut off. See, our people don't realize that's when God, he break out the refreshments and the popcorn and laugh at your stupid ass. Because you've been given plenty of warnings and you don't want them. As a matter of fact, get what I love the most. Get me Jeremiah 44. Somebody get that for me. Because the Most High God has sent prophet after prophet after prophet, telling our people, stop doing the shit that I don't like. Stop doing the things that I hate. And our people still ain't trying to listen to that. But they listen when the white man kicking their door at 3 in the morning, guns a-blazing. Ask Sandra Bland when she got caught up by them cops and ended up getting hung in prison. I guarantee she called on Jesus until the lights cut off. Or how about Breonna Taylor? When they conducted a no-knock raid on the wrong apartment and she and her husband returned fire. And she ended up being killed. I bet they prayed to God to protect them and to see them through another night. But sometimes the Most High God says, you know what? I'm still here, but I require blood this time. See, our people don't realize sometimes it is that serious. And yes, sometimes God is that petty. He ain't gonna let it slide. As a matter of fact, what is that? He will in no wise let thee go.
We just read that. It's not right.
It's another one though. Ah, shit. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I got that Jeremiah.
Yeah, go ahead and read that.
It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 44 and verse 4. Howbeit I sent unto you all my servants, the prophets, rising early and sending them, saying, Oh, do not this abominable thing that I hate. But they hearken not, nor incline their ear to turn from their wickedness, to burn no incense unto other gods. Wherefore my fury and mine anger was poured forth, and was kindled in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, and they are wasted and desolate at this day.
Right? So the Most High God, he put us in such a position where we got wasted during that time because we didn't want to listen to the prophets. And just as we said earlier, there are no new things under the sun. We're wasted to this day because our people still think they have options. We're here to tell you as the Israelites, you don't have no options. You gonna do what God tell you to do, or your ass gonna get put down. Like a rabid dog with extreme prejudice.
Get down and lay down.
Yeah, get down or lay down, man. And to y'all who think I got too many guns and I'm too big and strong, all right, we'll see when God come a call. Because now the white man got robots that'll pull up on your house and throw smoke grenades and incendiary rounds and all types of shit in your dwelling. You got time for the Bible, sister? A couple minutes? I said. All right. I used to say that, but then people be acting like I killed their dog and shit. Acting all salty. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's another thing about blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians I always wonder about, man. You're tough enough to get through slavery. You're tough enough for your boss to talk crazy to you for 40 hours a week. You're tough enough to go to church and get robbed in broad daylight. But let a nigga spit some real wisdom at you, all of a sudden you won't fight. Because I tell you the truth. Sometimes, you know, I just sit and I scratch my head. Because only God understands how our people could be this damn stupid, this damn stiff-necked. Perhaps that's one of the things God intentionally put in our people, because it's engaging. I don't know. All I know is dealing with niggas is hard. Judah, and Judah especially, black people, we make it hard to love each other. Because we always have a retort for our wickedness. We got an excuse.
Yeah, it's a rock chapter 5.
Yeah, go ahead and get that from me. Thank you. Shit, we about to pass, man.
This place is packed.
You ain't gonna be able to park over here. Yeah, he gonna have to park down there, probably. Go ahead and get it when you got it.
Book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 5 verse 4. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me? For the Lord is long suffering, he will in no wise let thee go.
Keep going.
Concerning propitiation, be not without fear to add sin unto sin, and say not his mercy is great. He will be pacified for the multitude of my sins. For mercy and wrath come from him, and his indignation rested upon sinners.
So we brought that out for Brother Rico, but we need to bring it out again. Because again, Jake learned slow. So since our people learn so slow, we gonna teach at a slow pace. And we letting our people know that God ain't letting shit go. He ain't letting nothing slide. He ain't giving you a do-over. You don't get a mulligan. There is no grading curve.
Tell us.
When the Messiah returns, you either pass or you fail. And most of you niggas been failing. My wife used to teach English. And one of the things that she would tell me all the time was when report card season came up, that's when all the big dumbass class clowns and football players, all of a sudden they up in her face talking about, hey, how come you can't give me an extra 20 points so I can get a 7? I know it ain't all of you, but it's a lot of you. Because you're ramming your head into another person's head. I mean, come on now, you ain't gonna be smart. I mean, I used to play football. Biggest, dumbest motherfuckers be on the football team. Let's be real with you. Old John Coffee plantation ass niggas. But anyway, go ahead and get that for me.
Esau's in the locker room in the showers, touching each other's asses in the locker room in the showers. That's Esau.
So, what this brother just said, it's true. So, when I was in the Air Force, I was trained to be a SEER operative or a SEER instructor. And one of the things that we got warned the first night we started our indoctrination, and that's what they literally call it, indoc, is that hazing would not be tolerated. And we're thinking, oh shit, okay, you know, like making newbies do push-ups, you know, stuff like that. We're thinking regular hazing. Apparently they were sodomizing people with broomsticks. Just diabolical shit, man.
I got one for you. No bullshit, it's real shit, right? First cab years ago, I'm talking about over probably about 30 years now, right? When I was they were in Fort Hood, they were under investigation because part of their hate ritual, first cab, their scout division was to have sex with their horses.
Whoa, what?
No bullshit. Not even playing. It was a bestiality case. And I only know about it because I worked for, at that time I worked for CIA. I was an investigator. So I heard it come through.
I'm gonna tell you, that's that Alexander the Greek spirit. Because he had a horse that he loved more than most women and men. See, and the horse had his own house. I forget the horse's name, but Alexander the Greek, he was known to basically put his rod in anything with a hole in it. That's why his ass died after 12 years of rulership.
His wife used to be jealous of his relationship with his male concubine.
I don't doubt it, man. You got to remember, man, these Greeks, to them, the woman, her only reason for being around was to have kids. Being a wife and a companion, that wasn't part of her criteria of being a wife, because they practiced something called pederasty, where her role was filled by a boy page, usually no older than 12. How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Okay, that's fine, man. Yeah, it's just another white man. But, so, we gonna go ahead and slide on. Anybody got any precepts they hold on to? Go ahead and grab it.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 32, verse 17.
Bring it up.
A sinful man will not be reproved, but findeth an excuse according to his will.
Excuses like I don't have time. Excuses like I'm just looking at the sun. Excuses like I got a dinner date. I got a movie. I'm in a rush. See, again, all these folks proclaiming to love God, if I ask you how to keep the Sabbath, you don't have the first frame of reference. If I ask you where to find the 10 Commandments, most of you don't have the first frame of reference. See, it's funny, there's 613 laws, but most of you can't even keep the 10. And most of you can't keep the 10 because you don't know what they are. Again, Ezekiel 9 is going to play out for our people in the day of visitation. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to keep just referencing it. I'm going to have a brother grab it at some point. Before we leave here, I want to bring out Ezekiel 9. As a matter of fact, that'll be my closing scriptures for today. Because our people need to understand, they need to hear it. even if they only hear it on the wind and there's no body to see, right? They're going to hear that their God is going to give the order and the angels are going to follow it to the letter. And you saying, I'm only this old, or I got cancer, or I just got out of prison, I'm finally enjoying life, them angels ain't going to give a fuck about nothing. They going to elbow drop your ass, kid. Yeah, go ahead and get it, man. I thought you going to get it.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 17 and verse 10.
Bring it out.
A reproof entereth more into a wise man than 100 stripes into a fool.
See, a wise man understands when there's wisdom to gather. Y'all got time for the Bible today, brother? Hey, read it again. Read it again. It's the spirit, man.
A reproof entereth into a wise man more than 100 stripes into a fool.
You got to understand, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, the white man been beating you upside the back for over 500 years. And most of you still don't understand how to make it stop. Even though the answer is right on your coffee table, most of you sit in the damn church forking over money that you actually need and don't even require your preacher to teach anything. It's easier to teach a wise man wisdom than to correct a fool with 100 stripes. And you know our people don't learn because the Bible says you can't hit a man more than 39 times. So most niggas in their mind, they're thinking, well, if I could just hold out, I could keep being a nigga. Damn shame, man.
It's like you're looking at that from a different view, like what you just said. They gonna take, we getting our ass whooped 400, 500 years even farther back. And our people still love the white man.
Still. I don't get it.
Foolish, man.
I don't get it. Oh, what is that? Get that scripture. I've loved strangers, and after them will I go. I believe that's either in I think it's in Ezekiel, but it might be in the same. Strangers, because our people, when they're faced with the reality of turning back to God for their very livelihood, they're like, you know what? I'd rather remain conjoined unto this person who hates me, this person who's kidnapping hundreds of thousands of our women every year, who's kidnapping our children to the tune of literally millions across the globe. See, most of our people don't understand just how wicked this white devil really is. Yeah, I'm talking about y'all. Hey, I gotta make it personal. Because it was personal when they were raping us and lynching us.
Right.
So the letter of guilt is going to who it belongs to. The worst man on two legs. The cancer incarnate. The so-called white man.
Cancer.
I ain't pulling no punches.
I like that one.
You got time for the Bible, brother? Yeah. That was good. Yeah, 2 and 25. It's Jeremiah.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 2 and verse 25.
Bring it out.
Withhold thy foot from being unshod, and thy throat from thirst. And thou saidest, there is no hope. No, for I have loved strangers, and after them will I go.
So our people have made up in their mind that they're going to love their oppressor. And you cannot dissuade them. No matter how badly they're treated, no matter how many of their children they have to bury, how many jobs they have to lose, how much economic instability they got to suffer, how many health ailments they got to suffer through, how many times they get pushed out of a neighborhood from gentrification. They don't care about none of that. It's all about loving the white man. What you got, brother? You got anything?
I do. I'm gonna wait till we finish this. We almost finished.
Hey, I'm almost done. I'm gonna get Ezekiel 9, and then Brother Malchi, I'm gonna give y'all, and we gonna hang it up. So, can somebody give me Ezekiel 9? We gonna punctuate on that for me. Yeah, it's early in there.
Ezekiel 9.
Give me 9 and no, start it.
9. 7. I got it. Book of Ezekiel chapter 9, verse, you said 4?
Yes, sir.
And the Lord said unto him, go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof.
So our people don't realize, man, in the day of visitation, all these people that have been marked, the angel's gonna reference that. You got time for the Bible today, brother? You can't acknowledge your brothers exist? Okay, yep.
You're not sorry, man.
You ain't sorry. You
You
as
heard
sorry.
what you said.
No, hold on.
He got a
Hold on. You
shirt on his
hold on.
dog.
Hold on. You as sorry as that pink sweater that's on your dog, that your wife got you walking around.
Love that dog more than a woman.
And for real, because I hope he got a wife. Because ain't no excuse for that
Treat
shit.
it like it's a human. Putting clothes on him. Where's that in the Bible?
Man, just
I was
again.
on them old ladies doing the same thing. And
But-
it's cold outside because you got a little tomorrow, put a sweater on. It's cold.
And my whole deal is, like, when you come to serve the Lord as a man, you get put up on game about what it means to be a man. And you won't be walking around a damn dog covered in fur with a pink shirt on, all by himself with no woman. Hell, I had to tell my wife. I told her, I was like, hey, I ain't putting them little scarves on my damn dog. Fuck that. And she was talking about, because, we had a female dog. And she wanted to have glitter and, rhinestone studded sweat. I was like, I ain't walking around with our dog like that. I'm going to take our dog outside. I'm going to throw all that shit in the trash. And I told her that to her face, like, I'm not doing it. You can walk around like that, but I'm not doing it. Because we are to abstain from all appearances of evil. I don't even want to appear like I swing that way. That's why a lot of our men vehemently reject the Bible, because it requires them to be men. As a matter of fact, what did King David tell Solomon as he was dying? His brother is already holding it in the spirit. Go ahead and get that, man. I ain't gonna spoil it.
It's verse 1, right?
Yeah.
This is the book of 1 Kings, chapter 2 and verse 1.
Bring it up.
Now the days of David drew nigh, that he should die, and he charged Solomon his son, saying, I go the way of all the earth. Be thou strong, therefore, and show thyself a man.
Show thyself a what?
And show thyself a
A
man.
man.
Keep going.
And keep the charge of the Lord thy God, to walk in his commandments and his statutes. So like to walk in his ways, and to keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and whithersoever thou turnest thyself.
So I'm going to extend an open statement and challenge to every Black, Hispanic, and Native American man who calls himself a man. If you're calling yourself a grown man and you don't keep the commandments, you're not a man.
Right,
Because you don't know how to be one. And your daddy should have taught you better.
right.
And this is from the man King David, the mightiest man on the planet of his time.
That's right.
And his parting words to his son was not a simple "I love you, son." It wasn't a heartfelt hug. He told him, "Hey, gird up your loins like a man and keep the charge of God. Keep His commandments. Do what I taught you, what I expended my blood, sweat, tears, and time, inculcating you to learn, and that is how to serve God." You got to understand something. The final message to your son, the son that's going to be king. And King David spent those last seconds going, keep the commandments. Meanwhile, Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians got ample amounts of time on their hands. And we tell them to keep the commandments. And they're like, well, hold on, let me go let this stripper put her ass in my face real quick. I'll be right back. It's stupid.
Brother, that law is done away with, brother.
Hold on, brother. I've never heard somebody say the law's done away with so that they can go do righteous things. I've never heard it. It's always the law is done away with, so let me smoke my blunt in peace. Or let me go make whores of my sisters in peace.
That's crazy.
That's why when our people come at us with that Jesus loves everybody and doesn't have any standards and you don't have to keep the law, we know that they're on some nefarious work. Every time.
That reminds me that there's a lot of people online that's celebrating old girlfriend Queen and Travis Hunter.
Oh, yeah.
That's just straight wickedness, man.
I'm going to tell you, though, the brother is kind of asking for it. I don't know what that nigga problem is.
At this point,
You know what it is. Real talk. Young nigga never had steady pussy in his life.
Yeah, you know what?
He's Travis Hunter.
I'll go a step further. I'll go a step further. He might genuinely be a good guy. I say that because I was on that same type of time. I'm not no Travis Hunter, but oh yeah, your boy was sipping hard when he was 19 years old. Meanwhile, the woman I was trying to sit for, she was getting run through by niggas who stole a laptop and she had to drop out of college because of it. Man, you good, man? See, that's the reality of where we're at as a people. Most of our men don't even understand how to be men no more. That's why we had to bring that out, man. King David, his message to his son before he departed was to show himself strong and keep the commandments. So if you don't know how to keep the commandments of God, you're not a man.
That's right.
And I stand on that. See, it's a shame, man. But it explains why blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians haven't got up enough balls to get angry at their oppressor and cast off the yoke of slavery and oppression. But it's because they don't know how to be men. They don't know that death doesn't deliver you from the hands of God.
Right. They can send you
Oh,
right
go ahead,
to-
go ahead. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
No, we're all not. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll say it,
Man, lead the way.
They do. See, again, that's why we know our people, they say they believe in Jesus, but they don't know the first thing about the Bible. Because the Bible says the woman should be silent in the churches.
That's right.
Come on.
And that really makes me question, why does a woman feel comfortable talking to a group of men she doesn't know?
Because the man become beta instead of alpha.
Well, I'm going to go out on the limb. Brother, if you can hear me, I would check your woman's phone. I would check her phone. Why does she feel enough courage and comfort to answer for you to 3-4 men? Meanwhile, if she starts any friction, you got to fight us.
That's a great question. That's a great
Ali.
I said it earlier, I'm the last one you want to run into. Because I'm from Memphis. Memphis niggas will make you mad. It's what we do. I think it's a superpower, to be real with you.
You know, on these dating sites, a lot of these women are
Shit
saying
is
that
stupid.
they want an equal partner. They want a partner. They don't want to be led by men. They want a partner.
I'm going to tell you, the woman says she want a lot of things. But she don't want no damn equal. Because when she got an equal, how she treat him? Like straight garbage. You got one of them bleeding heart men who want, oh baby, you feeling all right? Oh, your period, let me help you. Oh, yeah, I know. I used to be that type of dude. I'm gonna tell you, after women break your heart a couple of times, man, you become fucking merciless, man. And that's what happened to me as well in my late 20s. I finally figured out how to talk to women. I was running through these holes. Man, it was crazy. But I don't say that proudly because I had to suffer a lot for that. Because them women, they was draining my pockets, draining my spirit, wasting my time. I'm picking up women from work, knowing I don't give a fuck about them. Now this woman, she feel like she entitled to my time because I slept with her, which, according to the Bible, she is entitled to my time.
Look at that.
Oh my God, what is that?
Honoring the Pharaoh.
That Egyptian guy.
It's set.
Set.
That's set. With the ump. Where y'all coming from? From here? I'm sorry? All right. Y'all believe in the Bible at all?
Not having that on, huh?
Hey, come learn, man. Come learn. How you doing, though? Good. So we're out here to let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that we're the Israelites of the Bible.
Okay.
Right? So if we're the Israelites of the Bible, do you believe in the Bible?
I respect the Bible.
You respect the Bible. Okay. Are you Mexican by chance?
Hispanic.
Hispanic? I have a question for you, right? The Hispanic people are known for being the hardest workers on the planet. Y'all pave all the roads, you build all the buildings, you build all the cars, you do everything. And yet you're called lazy. You're branded an alien in your own land. How is that possible? And keep in mind, hold on one second. Keep in mind that the people branding you as an alien and calling you lazy are people who can't go outside without sunscreen, and they're your manager who sit at a desk playing solitaire while you break your back.
Yeah. Back order.
Okay, so when did you put the white man in slavery?
It's not me to make a call about it. That's on the higher power.
Right. And the higher power spoke about these things here. And the reason why we hold the Bible in higher esteem than any other book is because our slavery is prophesied of thousands of years before it came to pass.
That's right.
What version of the Bible?
What version you prefer? This is KJV, but we'll read them all. NLT, CEV, GNT, ESV.
So you believe in soul scripture?
Well, yes.
So is the scripture wrong?
Yes. The scriptures of the Bible, yes.
What if the scripture is corrupt?
I'm sorry? Well, corrupted by what?
By mistranslation?
Then we go to the source. Things like the Septuagint for the New Testament, or we go to the Dead Sea Scrolls
Okay.
for the Old Testament.
So,
I have to stop you. You're asking a lot of questions about the Bible while you're wearing this. Yep. With that? Because those very same people who wore stuff like that had our people in slavery.
That's right.
what I'm asking you about, I understand.
You, hold on, you said you understand it. What's an Edomite?
It's one of the tribes that
Okay, cool. What's God's real name? I'm just giving you a basic test because you're saying you understand it. Huh?
the Tetragrammaton.
Okay, and what is his name?
Well, depends how you translate.
How's it pronounced in the Paleo Hebrew?
Well, that's up for debate.
Which is the
It could be
Tetragrammaton?
Yahweh, Jehovah, or Jaho, which is one thing that's actually probably the most modern translation. And the one I'm most familiar with.
What if I told you there are no E's, U's, F's, V's?
Well, yes,
In
but
Paleo
remember the Masoretic text, as you mentioned, has vowel functions on it. And you have to remember that how you translate the Tetragrammaton affects other names in the text. So you can't necessarily isolate the Tetragrammaton. So,
Yes, you can, because the name of God don't change all throughout the Bible.
so you have names like Jehoshaphat.
I know, the letter J didn't exist 500 years
So
ago.
my point is, Jehovah is just an anglicized translation.
Right.
But if you're going to go ahead, and I know you probably do, if you change it to Yahweh, you got to change the other name. Because remember, no, you have to, because then those other names interact.
Yeah, it's a straw man, because
Not a straw man.
we don't believe his name is Yahweh.
Okay, what do you believe it is?
Yahweh.
Okay, let's pretend it's Yahweh, right? Which is fine. I'm not disagreeing with you. But then your Bible has to translate the other names correctly. So Elijah, right? Jehovah would be Eliyahu, right? Which would be
I have a question. Why would I need to translate the other prophets' names?
because now you sold scripture based on nothing. You have to have after scripture.
No,
first.
that's not true. If you, so my name is Haya El. If you call me Haya and I know you're talking to me, does it really matter if you call me Haya or
Well, what
Haya
if
El?
you're in a different language? Remember, the Bible was written in Hebrew and the Septuagint was in Greek.
Right. That's why when you read in the New Testament, what is Isaiah called? Messiahs.
That's what I'm saying. Is
I
you're
know, and
using the King-
it disproves what you're saying right now.
You're using the King James Bible, which uses Jehovah as an anglicized name.
Mhm.
Okay? Not only was that in the Bible, it's been removed 6,000 times. And you continue to use that corrupted
Removed by whom?
by Christians. Christians remove it.
In what version?
Okay, go to Psalm 29. Go to Psalm 29.
29 and what?
All of it.
Just everywhere,
The Tetragrammaton is-
Yeah.
Yeah, why are you using the Bible today? You're calling me sola scriptura.
Yeah, go ahead.
Read Psalm 29.
In the
Read Psalm-
ancient,
read Psalm 29.
in the ancient, I'm gonna answer what you said first. In the ancient time, they believed that the Tetragrammaton is too holy to be saying it over and over and over.
Okay,
So they
then-
replaced it
so
with the
then why
word
did you
Adonai.
so why did you
or
translate
Adonai.
it in Psalm 83:18?
I
How come
didn't,
it's
I didn't
perfectly
translate
translated?
it. In certain places, they translate
So
the
then
word
where-
Yahweh.
Where do you get the justification of censoring those things? If you translate
For
it
example,
once,
let me.
why isn't it everywhere?
But here's the thing: the people who censored it are not the people of old.
Right.
So that's my point. You come to me with sola scriptura, it's scriptura that's obviously corrupt.
Hold it, just hold it.
Okay, and what I'm saying is, I respect the text as somebody who studies it. Okay? My only saying to you is you should be using the Bible that at least uses either Yahweh, Jehovah, Yehovah, however you want to translate
That's all
it.
wrong.
in
Yeah,
the Old
but here's the
Testament.
thing. We have a Paleo Hebrew Bible. We just don't read it. Because guess what? Do you read Paleo Hebrew?
Exactly.
Do you know the name of Yahweh before I said it to you?
No, I knew it. I know about the Tetragrammaton.
No. I didn't say that. Hold on. I didn't say the Tetragrammaton. I said, did you know about the name Yahweh before I said it?
Like I said, there's several different scholars.
That's
who
not
are
my
debating
question.
that.
That's not my
Okay.
question.
Yes,
I
I
said,
have heard of it.
okay.
It's one of them that I
okay. So the line of questioning that you have,
Yes.
you have a translation issue when you know about the source scripture, or not the scriptures, but the documents.
Yes.
So why are you quibbling about this translation when you know the material that it was taken from?
Because you're asking sola scriptura.
Now I can tell you why. You assumed we didn't know.
But no, I'm saying you come to
And
me.
I say this to my camera. You assume we don't know. Meanwhile, you're a gay furry.
What does that have to do?
And that's my point.
You know,
Madness.
See, my point is
That's
that
my point.
If you're a liar, you're no better off
And what did I lie about, sir?
using the wrong translation. Using translation that's
What's the right translation?
one that uses the
So,
Tetragrammaton.
and what is that
Okay,
translation?
Okay, but this is not the only problem. Because of your translation, you make Jesus a liar.
What? How?
Look at Psalms 110 verse 1. Look at Psalms 110 verse 1. Look it up. I'm going to prove it to you that your Bible makes him a liar. Look it up.
Just read it.
Okay. Psalms 110 verse 1. Read it. Right?
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 110,
Verse 1.
verse 1.
Actually, it's fitting.
It is. Oh, it is.
Being Anubis, the god of the afterlife, that means death is upon us.
Well,
Still on the inside.
and not to mention, one of the practices of the ancient Egyptians was sodomizing their sons, which puts you on the pathway to being this.
110 verse 1.
I'm just gonna be real with you.
Seems like that means just right though. He judged himself.
This is bad. You talking about Hebrew?
And they profess to know the
I know.
scriptures.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 110, and verse 1.
Bring it on.
The Lord said unto my Lord.
Two lords.
Yeah, it's different.
Okay.
Sit
He
thou
doesn't
at-
know what it is.
Sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool.
Okay.
They
So
just
that
said that,
verse
right?
actually has the Tetragrammaton. Okay. So the true translation would be
Yahweh said unto my Adonai.
To my master, yes.
So look at Matthew 22:44. Use that Bible to make him a liar. He's saying that Jesus didn't know his name from that verse. Because hold on, look it up.
Yeah, and Matthew's in Greek. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying the translation.
You do understand that our people were in slavery and we were forced to translate the Bible into Greek, right?
Matthew 22:44. Read the quote. Read the quote.
And the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand till I make thine enemies my
We-
thy
No, hold on.
Where's Yehovah?
I-
Why did they take
Sir,
it out?
hold on.
Why did
Your
they take
point,
it out?
your point is
Yeah,
you.
but
No, hold on.
why?
Stand on.
They have said
The point is, sir, you don't know what you're reading. That's the point. Are Christ and God the same person?
We're not talking about
Yes,
that.
we are.
Bias talking
Yes,
about
we are.
translation.
Because when he says,
Because
the Lord
when
said unto my Lord,
the Hebrew
that's the
said,
Most High, and the person
Yehovah
sitting at the
said to
right
my
side
Lord,
is Yahweh
and
Shai.
Jesus didn't
What's up?
know what the Hebrews said.
See, now you
He
being
didn't
rude.
know what the Hebrews
Well, hold on, because now we're getting into the sassy, gay, furry attitude.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just going to go there, because you're standing here trying to reprove us for the Bible. Meanwhile,
said. No,
this.
Jesus called you hypocrites
No, he didn't.
because you teach something that's not true. You're teaching something out of a corrupted Bible.
What do we teach?
Did you just not see that your own text
No, because
did
you
not
didn't explain it.
quote Psalm 110 verse 1 correctly?
It referenced it.
So you're telling me Jesus is God, right?
I didn't say he was God.
Okay.
I asked you, do you
So,
believe
are you
he's God?
Trinitarian?
No, I just asked you.
Are you
I just asked you a
Unitarian?
question. You
What
don't
I'm
run
saying
nothing up here.
is-
You don't run nothing up here. I am not. I'm definitely not letting somebody who gets their shit pushed in a damn animal costume tell me what to do. I'm not.
I'm
That
not
is
gonna
crazy.
Listen to liars. So,
You can brand me a liar, but you're the one taking dick in your ass. I'm not doing that.
but you're the one who's lying about
I'm not lying
the
about
scripture.
anything.
That's
You're
even worse.
so in one of the problems with our people is that they're walking around with these paltry reasons for why they don't believe the Bible when you didn't even understand what you were reading.
My sin
all.
is in the
At
flesh,
all.
But his sin is in the spirit.
What sin did I commit?
I made it asking
What
for
sin
two
did I
things
commit?
anyway.
What sin did I commit?
Pride. Because I showed it to you, and it's true.
No, it's not.
You're wrong.
No, hold on. What do you think the Lord and then the right person, or the person on the right hand side? Who are those people?
You have little,
Okay. So what's the problem?
but the problem is that you're using a Bible translation that is wrong. It makes Jesus a liar because he didn't quote one.
Go ahead.
Okay, so look, this Bible was translated by Trinitarians, and we understand that. We don't agree with the way that they understand the Bible. We have our own understanding
I
of what
get
this
it.
is
That's
saying.
why I have
We
more
understand
respect
what
for
the.
y'all than most Trinitarians.
Then what are you calling us liars for?
Because you're at least not using the Bible together.
What Bible? What Bible? do
Hold
you
up,
see?
there's a King James version that at least uses the tetragrammaton.
Yes, we have the
Okay,
brothers
the
in his
American
organization
so why did
made
you
that
choose
Bible.
Yeah, we have a brother who literally made a
translated
Paleo
the
Hebrew
entire
Bible
Bible.
from Genesis all the way to Revelation, and he included the Apocrypha.
Right.
Apocrypha. Okay, that one's not really right. My question is, why do you come out here using that text when you know it's corrupt?
How is it correct?
Yeah,
You just admitted, okay, we have a translator who does a different translation of the Bible, but yet we choose to use this one, which is corrupt.
Actually,
So
I
it
have
can't be both.
I have the reason for it. I have a reason. What language did you speak? English. What's the real version of the Bible that's written in English?
There's better versions that are written.
All right, which one?
I don't know, American Standard.
I know.
1901.
I know. So it's a matter of preference.
No, it's not.
No, it's a
Because
matter
that's
of
actually
preference.
lies.
That's a matter of
That's
preference.
actually
Then tell me
lies.
why it's better.
Because it doesn't lie. It uses the translation.
So there are no contradictions or mistranslations in the American Standard Version.
Better than that. Okay, 6,000 errors versus 6,000 less, that's a huge difference. So
What-
the tetragrammaton appears 6,000 times in that book, and it is removed 6,000 times in that book. At least in the American Standard Version, it appears those 6,000 times, but yet it becomes a mess that No, it's not going to appear in the ESV.
Oh,
They get
okay.
it wrong, too.
Oh,
They
okay.
get it wrong.
Oh,
You know
so
what
it's not
actually-
better. Oh, okay.
You know which one actually does it?
Which one's that?
The New World Translation.
Oh,
They does it.
oh, it does. Go ahead and pull it up.
They does it.
So my question is, if it's better, why don't you follow any of the laws in any of it?
Oh, I do.
Do you?
Yes.
So why are you wearing the likeness of another god in an iPhone?
Now that's a lie.
So what I'm
Jesus
saying
lied.
is that
Yeah, and that's a good point, brother. You
You
are a
just
liar.
no, I'm
So
not.
you're a hypocrite.
You're a
I'm not.
hypocrite.
Because I'm not out here preaching the Bible.
But you're advocating for your false god here.
I'm not advocating it. It's up to people for them to what they want.
It's up to them, huh?
What they
Yeah.
want to believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always an excuse, huh?
What
And it's
they
coming
wanna
from you.
believe. God is a free will.
Where's that in the Bible? 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 I'm not a Calvinist. Where's that in the Bible? That guy gave us free will.
Oh, they ate
Somebody
from-
give me a
What-
Proverbs
what they
20 and I believe 24.
ate- When they ate from the tree of the fruit of the garden, it
Was that literal fruit? Yes, we do.
literal? Not. You have knowledge before that. You see, that's
The days in the garden, how long were they?
days.
Were they 24 hours? The days of creation?
I don't know, because remember, days could also mean a
No,
Hebrew
you don't
or
know.
No,
period of
you
time.
don't know.
It's
We do
not.
know. We do know. We
Period of
no
time.
no. Here's what you need to understand. We do know that.
You assume that. Because you're obviously very ignorant.
Somebody
about
give me that
translation.
day to where Most High God is
They
1,000
really
years.
don't know about the Greek and the Hebrew. But they were not even able to catch a simple translation.
I have a question. What day was Adam and Eve created in the Genesis account?
Well, actually, in the verse of Genesis, it says all was 30 one day. So it's 7 day period. And then at the end, it says it's not.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
Where does it say that? What verses?
I know it's in Genesis 2 or 3, in the middle of it. No, it's there.
How is that possible when the creation account is in one?
No. There's a second. There's a second.
No,
page.
because the second chapter is when Adam and Eve are selected, not created. Well, Eve was created, but
No,
Adam was
but
selected.
No, when it's talking about the 7 days, at the end of it, it says all of this.
Yeah, I'm not listening to shit. Go ahead.
So
It's the
that,
book of 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 8. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
yeah.
What-
So
what-
is it? Is it 1,000 years a day?
It's
or
1,000. It's 1,000.
No, he said it was.
Each day is 1,000.
That text is in
1,000 to the Most High God.
Yeah, but then also 1,000.
And who was doing the creating in Genesis 1?
Colossians 1. Okay, I know where you're going. I know where you're
Yep.
going with Colossians 1.
Yep.
So,
You're about to tell me that Christ is the first creation. Yes, we know that. We're aware. We agree.
So,
And the term for God in Genesis 1:1 is Elohim. It's plural.
Right.
Meaning it's not just one person.
No, whoa, you're jumping big. Remember, Psalm 82 says the sons of God are gods. There's many gods.
Right.
There's lots of gods.
Guess what?
So,
And these
There's only
people
one true
are
God.
the gods that he was talking about, the Israelites.
oh, no. Listen, because how could it say in Psalms 82 they would die like men? Men
Don't we
like
die?
men. No. There's no point in them saying that. Now, how are they appointed over different
And
nations?
hold on.
How are they appointed
What-
over
what-
different nations?
So when it
Those
says
were
God,
gods.
what does that
Those
mean?
were-
What does God mean in
those
that
were spirit
in that
gods.
context? What does God mean
How
in
could-
Psalms
how
82?
could Elohim-
In Psalms
you say
82,
Jehovah.
in Psalms
So,
82,
listen,
what does God mean?
Psalms 82.
The reason why he's filibustering is 'cause he doesn't know.
Was
Right.
sitting among his spirit
He
sons. How could
You
Jehovah-
don't know.
Nobody can see
You
Jehovah
don't
and
know.
live.
You don't know.
I got it right here.
Yeah, go ahead and get it, man.
No man can see God and live.
Nah,
They
you're
defy
lying.
that
This
because
is the
they
book of
believe
Psalms,
that
chapter 82, verse 6. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High.
Who are the children of the Most High? Who are the children? Who are the children?
The sons of God, the angels.
No.
Yes.
Who are the
The
children of
sons
God?
of God are God.
Those are the children of God?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, because keep reading. Because how can they be appointed over nations? The sons of God, if you believe the Israelites, only refers to Israel, but it says they were appointed to other nations.
So when you read Hebrews 12 and it says that basically the Israelites are chastened by the Most High God like a father to the son, we're essentially called
Okay,
sons.
see, the problem is you're cherry picking verses out, and I'm trying to read you the whole context of Psalm.
You haven't read one verse yet.
No, I quoted you stuff.
We've been reading it. You haven't read it.
Well, I don't have my Bible with me.
You didn't
I don't
quote
have my Bible
anything.
with me. I mean, you called out to me.
You ain't quote anything. You paraphrased something and you didn't even get it.
No,
right.
bullshit. Go ahead and bring it out.
Okay. All right.
Enough bullshit. Bring out what you're saying.
I got fingers. So I can't really.
Yeah, that's
Let the word of God interpret itself. Instead
Oh,
of putting your own spin on it.
okay. Okay, but see, like I said, I already proved sola scriptura is wrong because you always
It's always an
use the
excuse.
Bible.
It's always an
Yeah,
excuse.
all
I
right.
know it.
yeah. It's always
Everybody
an
wants to
excuse.
twist the word of God.
Bible goes back to ancient manuscripts. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what
Psalms 82 is talking about Israelites or gods.
Yep.
Matter of fact, that's what John 10:34.
Yeah, go ahead. Read it. Just read it.
the
Get
book
that.
of John, chapter 10, and verse 34.
Bring it out.
Jesus answered them, "Is it not written in your law? I said, ye are gods."
Who was he talking to when he said
We're
that?
talking John.
Yeah.
John chapter 10.
Who's he talking to?
He was talking to the people there.
The Pharisees and the Sadducees,
Okay,
right?
It's talking to
Yeah,
Israelites.
but he was saying, he was acknowledging there was other gods.
Are we about to
There were-
spin it? We about to
there were-
spin
no,
it?
It's not spinning it. It's not spinning it. Look,
You want me to read it
Psalms
again?
82, right here. He said, ye are God, all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men
Mhm.
and fall like one of the princes. If these were men, you wouldn't say that.
What do you mean?
Right here.
What?
Yeah.
Hold, no, everybody, hold on. When in the Bible has an angel died? When did an angel die in the Bible? When?
That's my point.
So, point out when an angel died in the Bible.
No. That's an argument from missing. That's not the point. The point is.
You're full of shit,
right here,
man.
It's not. No, it's not.
Nephilim.
Look,
Yeah, do you know who the
right
Nephilim
here.
are?
Right here, hold it.
This is what happens when you're full
No,
of
it's
shit.
not
Confounded.
bullshit.
This is what happens.
Confounded.
And this is all happening to him while he's in a furry costume.
No, that's not. Right here.
Think about that. That's what God will do to you when you're fucking up.
Right? Okay, so let me ask
Terrible.
you, right here at 16, let them be confounded and troubled forever, so that they will quickly shake the earth, that they may know that thou is known as Jehovah, our most high above the earth. How would he be talking to people who already don't die? That's my point.
Wait,
That's my point.
What'd you
right
just
there.
read? What'd you
He's
just
gonna-
read?
He's going to realize right here. Let them be confounded and troubled forever. Yes, they will.
That's not even the same chapter.
No, it's right here. Remember, there's no chapter breaks. That's not.
No, but it's a different context. You skipped over when he named the enemies of Israel.
What I'm saying is.
And all of a sudden, the context goes back to Psalms 82? Makes no
perfect
sense.
Because he's not talking to an assembly of human beings. If you take him literally, then you're saying Jehovah right here,
1 and 2
standeth
is
in the
literally talking about
congregation.
Yeah.
judges of the earth.
Judges of the
Okay,
earth.
Men of the earth.
Judges.
1 and 2, verse
Yeah,
1.
give me
Go
my
take
hold
it
up,
back.
hold
No,
up,
no,
hold up.
no. Give me my Bible back. Give me my Bible back. Give me my shit back before I take it from him. Give me my Bible back. Thank you.
In the
You don't know what
congregation
you're
of the
talking about.
mighty.
You don't know what you're talking about.
These
You don't know what
people
you're talking
believe you can see Jehovah in the flesh or in the person. You can't. You would die.
Bro, I'm gonna be
John
real, man.
1:18.
We
John
tried.
1:18.
If you're black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, you're an Israelite. Repent and keep God's laws. If you don't want to do that, get back on the Sugar Plum Ferry train and get your ass up out of here. I don't give a damn, bro. I really don't.
Your sin is
All the
pride.
quibbling about the Bible while you're literally a homosexual in a furry suit. I'm not gonna argue with you, bro. You got all types of mental things going on. I'm sorry if somebody touched you. I genuinely am. But I'm not gonna sit here and quibble about a Bible that you have no understanding of. Because you are not the person to have this argument. You are not. You are not the person to have this argument. You are not the person. You are not the person. You are not the person. You're not. You're just not the person to have this argument. You're quibbling over what God is literally called when you know that Tetragrammaton was referenced in those places.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You lie about it because you use that Bible.
I never even lied
So why are you using that Bible?
because it's the most convenient translation that people understand.
Wrong. You're advancing something.
So guess what,
wrong.
brother? I'm gonna be real with you. If they evolve to the point, or they learn to the point where that information is pertinent to them, then we explain to them the shortfalls of one translation over another.
To actually do it, not say that they did. You should be forcing.
So if they walk up and I immediately go, hey, did you know that Tetragrammaton is not here in the Bible?
Yeah.
That these people who don't know what I'm talking about are gonna be engaged in
Okay,
that?
the Catholic Church kept everybody ignorant. You're doing the same thing. You're keeping them ignorant. Don't do that. Tell them the truth. Tell them that
So,
that Bible's
oh,
wrong.
actually, that's a good question. So what is the truth?
The truth is God.
And what God are you talking about?
Truth. God is truth, right?
Does your God take offense when you embody other gods, or does he just he cool with it?
This is truth.
So Set is your God?
Not
Yeah,
Seth.
that's Anubis.
Or Anubis?
What did Anubis do? No, I'm not talking about
God of the underworld?
But what did he
But that's not my God. I don't give a fuck what Anubis did. He probably took dick like you do.
But what did he do? Do you know anything about it?
Got someone with
I
you?
don't give a fuck.
Well, I don't care about you.
Okay, then leave. Please go. Go. Go.
Okay, if you don't care.
Go. Go.
Obviously, you don't care.
No, you walked your sugary ass over here. We didn't even invite you over
Yeah,
here.
you did. You're on camera.
I didn't invite you. And go watch it. Go watch it back. I never said, brother, come talk to us.
You said, hey, what are you all looking for?
Nah, he said, do you have
Nope.
time for the Bible?
Do you have time for the Bible?
Now I have time for it.
So you came up here because you made time for the
Yeah,
Bible.
you
No
don't-
other reason.
Yeah, you don't believe in the Bible. You
But now
don't
you
believe in
spoke
it.
it.
You don't
You
believe in it.
You use the wrong Bible.
You don't believe in the Bible.
You use the wrong Bible.
Again, we asked you what the right one is, and you don't have it.
At least in the Old Testament.
Again, we just cleared that up. We can
you
explain.
didn't, but
We,
you're using
we
that.
just told you we can explain where the Tetragrammaton is in the Bible.
All this stuff.
And if we
left,
really
and
wanted
you're
to,
using
we
the
could just go
wrong
back to the
Bible.
Dead Sea Scrolls and show you where the Tetragrammaton is, because that's the document you really want to be talking about.
Okay.
Right.
Well, then we can talk about that in a minute.
I really don't want to talk to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
because I showed you.
You are thoroughly repugnant to deal with. Did you know that?
Really?
Yes, you
I don't
are.
think so. I don't think I was quite cool.
Nah.
I think the one who's flamboyant.
No, it's called passion. It's the same passion that you show when you bent over somebody.
Passion for
taking
liars,
it from them.
No, liars end up in the same place.
You keep calling us liars, but the only one who's been lying up here is you.
That's right.
You've been lying
I would
constantly.
never
That's
use
right.
that line
Didn't he
about
say he respected the Bible?
He
That
did.
Was a lie.
That was a
You've
lie.
been mocking the whole time.
You've been mocking the whole time.
you, but
Sad.
fucking liar.
And I asked you directly, does your God take offense to you personifying other gods? And you said this God is true. So what's your God's name?
Well, here's the thing.
Bullshit. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it
You said you
comes.
didn't wanna hear
Here it
about- you
comes.
didn't wanna hear about my
Just
God.
give me the name. Just give me the name. I don't need to know his duties or his characteristics. And is that what truth looks like? And that's where I know you're full of shit. Hey man, just go. Anyway,
Psalms 119.
All right.
yeah, you can read.
It's the book of Psalm, chapter 40 and verse 8.
Okay.
I delight to do thy will, oh my God.
Bye.
Yea, thy law is...
Repent, y'all. No, you good. And I say this to my camera, man. It's always the people of our people who need the most help. Them brothers need help. For real. And I noticed that was a point he didn't want to touch on. When I addressed the fact that he might have been sexually violated that put him on that path, he didn't want to touch on that at all. You know why? Because being gay is not something that you're born as.
Right.
You're made. You are made that way through the actions of others. I'm gonna tell you, man. At the end of every camp, you get either somebody who really wants to listen, or somebody who really wants to scoff.
That's right.
It's one or the other. I said I was gonna end it off with Ezekiel 9. You got stuff to bring out, brother?
Yeah, but
Yeah, go ahead and bring out what you got real quick, and then we'll get Ezekiel 9 when we close out.
Yeah, because Man, that's crazy. I want to bring this out real quick, though. This Psalms
Ah,
119, verse 142. Because he tried to say that the Bible is a lie. And he tried to say what truth was. But he was just,
That's
what? Huh?
That's right.
Yeah. So it says, verse 142. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. Not a truth, the truth. So he couldn't even tell you what truth was, because he really don't know. And you got these people who gibber and jabber, they going off at the mouth. This is the devil trying to tear down the word of God.
That's right.
And he knows that people surrounding you. Got people looking, people standing around, they listening to everything. And the devil is just here causing confusion, trying to tear all these things down. Why? You got a homosexual dressed up as an Egyptian deity trying to proclaim what truth is. This man is the most confused thing walking around. We knew he was confused. That's why we asked him if he had time for the Bible. And he forgot that's why he was up here, proclaiming to respect the Bible, but in a mentality of disrespect towards the Bible. Every time the brother tried to bring something out, he has a rebuttal against it. There was no agreement whatsoever, even though we're only reading the words of God. So it's all shenanigans and banana in the tailpipe. For him, it's banana in the ass. But you already see and understand
Oh, my God.
that, and it's sad. I don't say that to be funny. It's just a sad thing, because if he is an Israelite, like the man said, he needs to repent. But this man is too prideful, and this pride is going to be his shame. But go ahead and get me, what is that? Get me Baruch chapter 4. Read verse 1 again. I know y'all read it earlier, but read verse 2 also with that.
I will get that.
And brother, give me Matthew chapter 5 and start at 13, because you mentioned verse 17, and we're gonna go into that, because this has everything to do with us shining the light. That brother is in gross darkness. He's in gross darkness. But we're gonna show you what the light is, as we already spoke what the truth is. Go ahead.
This is Baruch, chapter 4 and verse 1.
Bring it out.
This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life.
Shall come to what?
Shall come to life.
Uh-huh.
But such as leave it shall die.
Shall what?
Shall die.
This man is walking in death, and he doesn't even realize it. This man claimed that he keeps the word of God, yet he mocks the word of God. So you know he's in darkness. Go ahead and read what you got,
The
brother.
book of Matthew, chapter 5 and verse 13.
Go ahead, bring it out.
Ye
Matter
are
of
the,
fact, start at 14. Read 14 through 17.
ye are the light of the world.
You are the what?
Ye are the light of the world.
Who's talking? This is Yahweh Shah talking. He's telling his followers that you are the light of the world. Why do you think we out here? We're out here to shed light to the world. Christ told you that you are the light of the world for a reason. Go ahead, read verse 2 again.
I never.
This is Baruch 4 and 2. Turn thee, O Jacob, and take heed of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof.
Of the what?
Of the light thereof.
We are to walk in the presence of the light thereof. That light that he just read in verse 1 is the commandments of God. That is the light that you are to walk in. Christ told you to walk in that light. Let me ask you this. If Christ walked perfectly and you agreed that he was the perfect man on earth, if Christ did not keep the commands, what light would he have? Answer me that. He will be in darkness. So without the light, in Christ, there is no Savior for you. There is no eligible salvation for the children of Israel. Matter of fact, go ahead and give me Psalms chapter 40 and read verse 8. Because you have to understand the very light that Christ tells you to shine on the earth. Let your light shine. It's in him. But he's going to tell you, I'm going to let the word of God tell you, because when the man was up here, he didn't even want the word of God to speak because he was too busy constantly over speaking to brother.
48.
Verse chapter 40, read verse 7 and 8.
Come.
This is Psalms, chapter 40 and verse 7.
Uh-huh.
Then said I, Lo, I come in the volume of the book.
Uh-huh.
It is written of me. I delight to do thy will, O my God.
I'd like to do what?
Thy will, O my God.
Uh-huh.
Yea, thy law is within mine heart.
Read.
I have preached righteousness in the great congregation.
Uh-huh.
Lo, I have not refrained my lips, O Lord. Thou knowest. I have not hid thy righteousness within mine heart. I have declared thy faithfulness and thy salvation.
You see, the light of the world is the law that he came to bring back on this earth, because it's been lost. Why would Christ come during a time where light has already been shedding? He didn't. He came through a time where it was darkness upon the face of the earth. That's why he was here, to bring light.
Salakia, brother. And when we said the Apocrypha, he scoffed at it. That was the time of silence.
That was the time of silence. 400 years. No prophet spoken. Why you think John the Baptist had to come? Malachi prophesied that, didn't he?
That's right. Prepare the way for the Messiah.
Give me John chapter 1 and read 1 through 4, because you have to understand that when the light came in your face, like the light was in this brother's face, our people didn't even recognize it. They too busy dressing like pharaohs and Greek deities, looking foolish. When we spoke about the foolishness of the world earlier, the wisdom of the world is the foolishness of God. Go ahead.
This is John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not.
The light what?
Comprehended it not.
Read that again.
And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not.
The darkness cannot comprehend the light when it's in your face. But the light is here. Nevertheless, just because you can't recognize it, that doesn't mean it's not in front of you.
That's right.
And you got a lot of people blind, and they can't even see the light when it's there. Go ahead and read what you got.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 105.
Go ahead, bring that out.
Thy word is a lamp unto my feet, and a light unto my path.
And a what?
And a light unto my
Now,
path.
is that the same word that Christ said that was within him, that he delight in the law, which is the word of God? Is that the same word that he came to preach? The same gospel and good tidings that he came to bind up the brokenhearted, to preach liberty to the captives? Is that the same words? Because he was only preaching one word. He ain't preaching his own word. He came to do the will of his Father. That light that is shining comes from the Father. How does Christ have a light without the Father? As I remember, I could have sworn that the Father, you need your Father. The Son cannot bear the Father has to bear the Son.
That's right.
I could have sworn that without the Father, there is no Son. So where you get your light from? The word of God is true. The word of God tells you that the light is the commandments, and all that come to it shall live. But such as these that what?
That leave it shall die.
Shall die. And ain't no getting around that. You can't water that down. You can't water that down. The law of the Lord is a light to your path. Without it, you're walking in darkness like that man that just left. Effeminate minded, standing, posing like a female, and argue righteous words. You can't reason with them. I just want to bring that out and edify the people who have to listen to this BS. This is the reason why everybody's lost in different denominations. This is the reason why our women do not respect us. Because we standing like that. Well, I ain't standing like this. Niggas is Corey ain't standing like that.
Shit, it ain't us.
That our women, they ain't gonna follow that. They don't want to follow that. They're not attracted to that. Genesis 3:16 says, your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. How you gonna rule acting like a woman? You're acting like the weaker vessel. You're standing like the weaker vessel, dressing up as a freaking Egyptian god. What is wrong with you? There's only one true God. It's sad, man. It really breaks my heart.
You tried to say God was true. And I said, and what name is that God? And he said, well, it's basically true. I was like, okay, is what you're dressed as that God? He said, it's one of them.
The man know nothing concerning
it's just
linguistics. He was
bullshit.
trying to sound smart, but he made himself look stupid. He don't know nothing about linguistics. He don't know that we know the Hebrew. We speak the Hebrew.
Right.
The man tried to tell the brother, we have a Bible translated from the Hebrew. 5 years it took that brother to translate that, to get that right, to undo the lies that was done to the translations that he had a problem with. We're trying to tell the brother, hey, you got a source that you could go to where those lies that you're proclaiming that there's lies, though we understand what's there and what should be there. We understand that already. That's what we're trying to tell the brother. But he won't even listen for his own good. So he doesn't even want to get what he needs in order to come in right standing and a straight, the emphasis on straight, because he ain't straight. and a straight path. But that's okay, because 2/3 are going to be destroyed for a reason. You see what I'm saying? 2/3 are going to be destroyed for a reason. And you see those reasons walking around, but brothers and sisters, do not allow walking, lost, abominable, practicing sinners, heathens, stray you from the truth. Because we're out here for you. We're out here to preach the very good tidings that Christ came to preach during that time. We're saying the same thing. We ain't saying nothing different, because these are not our words. These are the words of the Lord. And I just want to bring that out, man.
I got something I want to bring out real quick. Can somebody get me Revelations 2 and 20 through 23? Right? Because this is talking about, it's talking about Jezebel, right? Or a woman with the spirit of Jezebel who's misleading our people at one of the churches. And she's causing these men to commit spiritual fornication. Dare I say actual fornication. Because during that time of the Romans, our people were engaging in orgies and all types of craziness. Let's see what the Bible has to say about it.
The book of Revelation chapter 2 and verse 20.
Bring it out.
Notwithstanding, I have a few things against thee, because thou sufferest that woman Jezebel, which called herself a prophetess, to teach and to seduce my servants to commit fornication and to eat things sacrificed unto idols.
One of the things that's happening now is our men are emulating women because they believe that women have the power. And that's because the Most High God has rendered a new thing in the earth. A woman has compassed a man. Right? So we have that Jezebel spirit being up on a damn man. And you see it's not comely when you see it. Keep going, brother.
And I gave her space to repent of her fornication, and she repented not. Behold, I will cast her into a bed, and them that commit adultery with her into great tribulation, except they repent of their deeds. And I will kill her children with death.
And he will what?
And I will kill her children with death.
One more time.
And I will kill her children with death.
Keep going.
And all the churches shall know that I am he which searches the reins and hearts. And I will give unto every one of you according to your works.
That's what that brother don't understand. He thinks he's gonna philosophize and just invent a way around the Bible. At one point, it's translation. Next point, he pulls out the American Standard Version, then he admits, oh, that one's fucked up too. So it's like, yo, so if you don't believe in the Bible, man, just be real with it. As a matter of fact, give me Revelations 3, right?
Oh yeah. Book of Revelation.
Where it says, worth thou cold nor hot. Hold on, I'm gonna write it.
It's 14, 15.
Yeah, start at 15. Yeah, you're right.
The book of Revelation, chapter 3 and verse 15.
Bring it out.
I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would that thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth.
That brother's walking around with all that information regarding the Bible, and he's still lukewarm. Still. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Y'all says. Read that again. Read it again. It's the spirit, man. So I'm going to tell you, if somebody has a stroke or a heart attack or the white man jam them up, all of a sudden, God help me. Jesus, come get me. Come save me. Read that again.
So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth.
You're going to get spat out. Most of our people, and I said this a previous week, you are nothing but spittle on the fucking sidewalk. Because you've been spat out. And you were spat out a long time ago. And most of our people are going to die in that state.
That's right.
And I said we were going to go to Ezekiel 9, and I'm a man of my word. Let's go to Ezekiel 9, and we're going to cap out with that.
Book of Ezekiel, chapter 9, verse 3.
Are you already there? Yeah, man, you fast as fuck. Start.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 9, and verse 4. And the Lord said unto him, go through the midst of the city.
No, start at 3.
Come. Verse 3. And the glory of the God of Israel was gone up from the cherub whereupon he was to the threshold of the house, and he called to the man clothed with linen, which had the whiter's inkhorn inside. by his side. And the Lord said unto him, Go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sighed and that cried for all the abominations that he done in the midst thereof.
So we're out here setting marks on people. See, our people don't realize, man, every word, every action, every step you take is recorded. Every idle word you will give an account for. All of it. And we're marking. And when you scoff the prophets, you got to understand something, man. All the work the Most High God has put in to make his people acceptable unto him to redeem, and you're going to come out here and mock his prophets, and then go take a dick in your ass? Man, you be lucky if God don't put you to death tonight, man.
From what he did to what's his name? That prophet, what's his name? Elijah. When the 50 kids was making fun of his boss.
The she-bears.
Yeah.
Shit, people don't realize, man.
Killed all of them.
Elijah, you know, he prayed to the Most High God, and God sent 2 she-bears. And them bears killed children. I've said it before, man. The only thing that's truly unisex on this planet is not a damn bathroom. It is the judgment of God. Anybody can get it.
Anybody.
Anybody. God is not a respecter of persons, and you are not too important to get put to death. Keep going.
Verse 5. And to the others he said in my hearing, Go ye after him through the city, and smite. Let not your eyes spare, neither have ye pity. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children, and women, but come not near any man whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary.
Begin where?
And begin at my sanctuary.
It's starting with us. Keep going.
Then they began at the sanctuary of Salaki. Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house.
Read that next verse, because you're going to see what Ezekiel does upon hearing this revelatory information.
And he said unto them, Defile the house, and fill the courts with the slain. Go ye forth. And they went forth and slew in the city.
Next verse, where you see Ezekiel's reaction.
And it came to pass, while they were slaying them, and I was left, that I fell upon my face and cried and said, Ah, Lord God, wilt thou destroy all the residue of Israel?
That's how wicked our people were. Where even Ezekiel said, damn, you're going to kill everybody. Think about it. What was Ezekiel told when he was first commissioned to go to the Israelites? A nation so wicked and stiff-necked, if you were sent to another nation that spoke another language, they would listen to you before these ignorant niggas would. That's why Ezekiel is literally breaking down. He dropped to his knees and he cried. He cried out saying, God, are you going to destroy Israel? You going to kill all of us? That's why, again, we're out here, man. We're trying to tell our people to stop doing the shit God hates. And you know God hates our people dressed up as a damn furry and engaging in homosexuality and spiritual fornication.
He hates sinners. He hates sinners.
All workers of iniquity. But y'all, we gonna go ahead and cap it off.
Still 1 Zephaniah 1:8.
Yeah, get that 1 and 8 real quick.
It's the book of Zephaniah, chapter 1, verse 8. And it shall come to pass in the day of the Lord's sacrifice that I will punish the princes and the king's children and all such as are clothed with strange apparel.
No, yeah, that's it. So, our people being clothed with strange apparel metaphorically means having different gods, different doctrines. But this nigga had a different doctrine and he had on strange apparel. Literally. Nigga, double doomed. But anyway, we gonna go ahead and cap it out, y'all. Kwam Yasharala, Call Halal Yahabashim Yahweh. This is Sakari San Antonio with a cameo from Sons of Thunder from Brother Asael.
Shout out Sons of Thunder.
And this is Brother Malkia, Brother Adalia from behind the camera, and I'm Brother Haya El. Again, we Sakari San Antonio, Shalom, and Kwam Yasharala.
Kwam Yasharala.
All praises. Yeah, but.
That's crazy.
I'm trying to sing that.
Oh, he was over here?
Yeah, yeah.